This is amazing. We're back again in flesh and online. Thank you for those joining on the live stream. My name is Dan Ram. I am back to be your host, your friend, your confidant on stage, because this stage is a stage of terror for the 2 minutes that you have to pitch, but also a place of celebration as we bring amazingly successful entrepreneurs, investors, and founders here. We're going to have a whole lot of fun, but I didn't come to talk about the stage. I came to hang out with you guys. So for a moment, can we quickly put on the house lights? And I just want to see where all we came from. Real quick, if you took a train for more than 3 hours to get to Berlin, can you quickly stand up? Don't raise your hand, that's too easy. Stand up. We're going to get some exercise. All right, train people. Nice. Have a seat. Who all took a flight to get here? Quickly stand up. Oh, a lot of y'all. Nice. Cool. Have a seat. Who all biked or e-scootered or walked over? Any Berliners in the house? A couple of you, but you hesitated. Nice. Good. Have a seat. How many of you don't know how you got here? You're just confused. I just showed up. You're like, last night was fun. I don't remember what happened between last night and just now. This is really, really good. You know, we have about 40 universities represented. I don't know if anyone told you this, but we're bigger, we're better, we are growing, and we're going to put up the logos in a moment. If you see yourself over there, you can, there we go, look at this, 40 universities. So we started this thing last year, not knowing what would happen, but what happened is, it was sensational. Raving reviews. I mean, all the newspapers were talking about it. I don't know, I don't read newspapers, but supposedly they were. And this year, the investors are like, you know what? We want to get involved. And the ecosystem, can we quickly show all of the partners? I mean, look at these companies, some of the biggest companies in the world, some of the bestest, I don't know if that's a word, investors are here ready to get involved and to make an experience that is going to be memorable. Someday you're going to tell your children, like that little baby over there, it all started here in Berlin. It's a real baby, it's not a prop. We don't plan that. I just saw the baby and took the chance to talk about a baby. Excellent. If you guys are ready for the day, give me 1 thumbs up. If you know what you're going to pitch tomorrow, give me 2 thumbs ups. Nice. If you don't know what you're going to say tomorrow, stand up. Just kidding, don't reveal yourself. Don't reveal yourself. It's going to be fine. It's going to be so good. I'm really, really excited. And first of all, you know, every good conference starts with a consultant. So why are you laughing? That wasn't a joke. That wasn't one of the plans. No, but I love this consultant. He goes to the biggest stages in the world. If any of you want to be a consultant, which was my dream job before being an entrepreneur, was to work for McKinsey. And he made it. He's living my dream life to work in McKinsey. So here's the formula to go to McKinsey. You do a diploma in performance music, and then you do a PhD in theoretical physics. It's that easy. If you can do that, you can become a partner at McKinsey. We're so excited to have him back again to open up today's event. Please give it up for the wonderful Toby. Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I got news for you though, Dan.
Tell me.
These days at McKinsey, we also hire people from business schools.
Oh, this is good. Any business school people here? I go to an engineering school. Any business school people?
Try this again. We also hire people from startups that have founded before.
We don't have those here.
We don't?
No startups. Wrong crowd, man. I'm just kidding. Now, McKinsey's great, and the reason we want to have you back again is last year we talked about the ecosystem. Is Germany a place to set up? Is Europe a place to set up? People still think that Silicon Valley is the ultimate. Is it the ultimate? And this is stuff you do real research. You get real data and insights. That's what we're going to talk about. So some of those questions, actually, you know what? Guys, do we have a poll? I think we have a poll. Let's try this. Can you take your phones out? Take your phones out. Take your phones out. Do you see that QR code? Scan it. If technology works, I mean, this is a tech conference, so technology never works. But if technology works, we should be able to do a little poll together. So let's try it. And I'm going to scan it too. Are you going to take part in this poll?
I don't have a phone on me. I was told to talk rather than look at my phone.
All right, so scan the code. It should take you to something called Slido. And on there, you say join event. Big green button. You can't miss it. There's only one button. Press that one button. And then swipe right like you would on Tinder and go to polls. And then It should work, but it didn't work. Oh, it's there now. So the first question is the current situation a threat or an opportunity for startups? So what do you think right now? Is it a good time to build a startup or a bad time? So it's a threat or opportunity, vote for one. We've got 81 people who have voted. That's good. You are the early adopters of old technology. And the rest of you, you've got bad Wi-Fi. I understand. I'm going to put a...
Is there only yes or no?
It's just threat or opportunity. I'm going to go with opportunity because I'm just an optimistic human being. So, okay, second question. Do you expect, so you hit send, and you should see a second question. Can I have a hoodie, says Thomas. Where to find coffee? These are good questions. We shall answer these questions. Okay, second question came up. Do you expect revenue and profitability to decrease in the next 12 months? I'm putting yes. Do you expect revenue and profitability to decrease in the next 12 months? Let's get 150 people voting again. We got 150 in the last question. We got 103. I can't wait to see these results. We should talk about the results when they happen.
We should, absolutely.
144, we need 6 more. 147, boom, we hit 150. We're gonna hit send. Last question. Ooh, it's a rating question. How much does the current macroeconomic situation affect your startup? 0 being doesn't affect at all, nothing's got to change, and 5 stars being everything changes. This is a game changer. The current situation, unprecedented, never happened before, and everything's going to change. I'm going to go with everything. How much does the current macro? Well, you should adapt and pivot to the situation. So, good times. So 125. Great, and Slido logged out. So can somebody on the team maybe log me back in so we can see the results when they come up? Okay, meanwhile, we have 147, 100, and let's get to 150, and hit send. Boom. I think we got 150 people who responded to that. Excellent. I can't wait to see what the results are, like literally, because it's not logged in, so I really cannot wait to see the results
Should we start talking about something else then until you get the results?
Let's talk about it. We got Russia. We've always had Russia, but we have a war, Russia, and we have COVID. We've got all these things that seem to be piling on top of each other. We don't seem to have a break. Are we living in history, or have things like this happened in the past before?
Well, they have been happening in the past, and that's one of the things that's actually quite interesting to see right now, because if we talk to startups, all stages, if we talk to investors, across all areas and industries, there's a lot of uncertainty out there in the ecosystem. And quite honestly, ecosystem of startups uncertainty is kind of inherent, but it's even more right now, which leads to worry and fear, which is lethal, because people stop acting. So I think super important to actually look at the past and what's happening. And if this thing allows me to, so I guess Slido is locked out, so are the slides?
There we go, we got the slides.
Well,
and also, not for Toby's sake, but for my sake, because I obviously talk a lot, we should hit the timer too, because I have no idea what's happening with time. Let's go.
Let's go. But it starts at 25 minutes right now.
Yeah,
We've been talking for 5 already, so that's grateful. Cool, so looking at the past a bit before we leap into the future and talk about what this means for startups. Now we're at 1750. This thing jumps. Technology. So there seems to be an idea out there in the world that things are getting worse and worse and worse, right? If you just look at how many times the word apocalypse versus progress has been used since the 1950s up until today, apocalypse is just skyrocketing, progress not so much. Interestingly enough, during sort of the last major crisis in the 70s, not that much change in apocalypse versus progress, but that's an artifact. Let's talk about that in a minute. However, that's perception. Reality looks much better. So we have, if you look at the scientific measure, GDP has been growing quite steadily, has been skyrocketing since the 40s, 50s of the last century, and also underlying things like literacy, poverty have been going in the right direction. So apparently there's a bit of a disconnect between what people believe out there and what's actually happening and what's how people feel and what the data says. And yes, we have been here before, right? We have been in crisis times like that before. Yes, it's a lot right now. Russia, Ukraine, you mentioned that. COVID, China is definitely one of the seismic events out there and all of that with the inflation right now. But it has happened before, right? There's the post-World War II era where a similar rate of change has happened. There's the 70s that we just already now saw on the page with inflation and oil crisis, which probably is the best predictor for what's happening today. And then we got post-Cold War and .com, and what's missing on here, which we also actually quite use a lot to predict what's happening today, is the financial crisis. That's not even that recent. And if you look at the 70s, and I promise that's the chart with sort of the most numbers on there, and I'll explain it, because the main messages aren't actually that complicated, right? You have the early 70s where inflation suddenly started to rise, and then, a real GDP growth went negative, so you actually went into a recession. And it took quite a long time until that recovered. You see the stable period here, again, very much to the right, somewhere in the 80s, so it's more than 10 years for sure. Reason being, no one really figured out that what happened out there was actually a supply shock. We didn't have the oil that was needed for the growth, and only in the moment where OPEC started to react and realizing that they'd need to react in terms of lifting some of the regulation, putting more oil in the system, did the whole system stabilize again. And that took quite a bit for people to realize at that point. And what that means for us right now, and I think that's the first learning from the past, and then we go into more, we're not talking about oil today, luckily, right? We've passed that. However, whatever you need to prepare for is now not sort of to put on a sweater to survive the next cold night or get through the winter somehow with whatever measures it is. It's the next era that's being shaped right now. So I think first learning from the past is, yes, we've been there before, and there's loads of data to look at, what that means in a bit. But the important thing is this is an era discussion, not so much a next year's discussion.
So for the founders in the room that do have to think about the next couple of years, what are some of the lessons so I guess it's comforting to know this has happened before, but what can we take from that? What can we learn from that? And how do we deal with the next couple of years?
No, for sure. And I think one of the things that I like about the startup ecosystem is there's loads of data out there for things that are happening today already. So if we know for the startup ecosystem, combine the data that we have on today with learnings of what has been happening in the 70s and then in the financial crisis, I think it's actually fair to say that we can draw a solid conclusion. And then on the startup ecosystem specifically, well, yes, it's bad and things are happening out there, right? I think most measurable, sharp decline number of IPOs. This is European numbers. 2020 year to date is a couple of weeks, 22 years to date is a couple of weeks old, but still the picture is quite clear. So IPO market pretty much dormant. That's the top line message. However, then also, you read in the news a lot about VC market dropping sharply. And the reason you read that is because the US VC market is dropping down sharply. The European, actually on the right-hand side, though way smaller, but much more relevant for you, not so much. We're actually well above 2021 levels. We're sort of not on the trajectory that everyone thought or would hope that happened last year, but maybe that's also okay in terms of a market correction. But we're still very stable on last year's level. Q3 is likely a bit below, but still well above 2021 level. And even in that environment, and this is again American numbers, but you see that VC investment isn't going away. It's shifting sideways. It's shifting sectors. So it's a bit of a change in who is getting financing. If you unpack even a little deeper and talk to investors, there's a strong tendency to now these days not necessarily finance the moonshot ventures, but go for something that has a solid path to profitability, go for something that actually builds IP, and go for something that actually contributes to society in a way. And I think that's happening in the startup ecosystem. Yes, it's bad, and some rounds aren't happening, and maybe some of the valuations aren't where people would want them to be. But that's sort of in the top line level. I think underneath that, especially early stage is super stable, especially in Europe, it's rather stable, much more stable in the US, and especially in business models with IP and path to profitability, we're doing well. And looking at the crowd and looking that this is a university-sponsored and university-initiated competition and event, you guys are fine if you do it smartly.
I like that. What I want to know is the same questions, well, some of the questions we asked earlier, you've also asked and done a poll.
That's right.
To the team, is there some way that you can send me the results on my phone? I'm not texting my mom, I'm trying to find the results. So I only have the one on the last question, but if you can send me the results from the other two questions as well, that'd be great, and I'd love to see how we did compared to what others said.
Asked.
Yes, absolutely. But do you have some of those results?
What's the result on the last question, though? That was the one by how much me, right?
Does the current macroeconomic situation affect your startup? 1 being not at all, 5 being very much, 4 was 32%. So a third of the people here said very much, a third of the people said in the middle, so more on the it is affecting.
So more on the it's affecting. Yeah, that makes sense. And by the way, I think it's good that you think that, because that means you're reacting. And we'll see that in a bit. That's actually in line with what's happening. But before we go there, it's really an either and or in the startup ecosystem. So what I've just presented before, US market being down, but Europe being pretty much stable. We also see that if we're talking to European founders, right? About as many do expect longer founding rounds as expect that, actually funding decrease, not happening. Yeah? So it's a bit of a sort of, yes, it takes a bit longer, but it's not actually terrible. Very, very, very similar with profit or profitability. Yes, people are concerned with cash and cash burn also correlated to longer funding rounds. That makes a lot of sense, but as many people roughly say, well, look, it's just not, profitability per se and structurally is not going to decrease in the next 12 months. Same thing with growth. Yes, there's more pressure out there than there was. However, as many people roughly say, look, there's already opportunities that we're capturing. And if we ask the reaction question, that's why I wanted to know it as well, is, almost all of you, the people that answered this poll, which is your peers, are reacting in one way or the other. And that's super important. We'll get to why that is super important in a minute.
I, as an optimist, believe that every crisis is an opportunity. I'm actually doing my PhD on adapting and pivoting and all that, so I love this. And also the last crisis of the pandemic was a boom for my business. What do you think? Are you also an optimist? Do you think this is a good time to start? Or you go, hold your, reduce your spending, don't take risks, hang tight, and in 3 years we're going to come out of this?
It's both. It's both.
Okay.
Hold tight and reduce your spendings and look for a sort of path to profitability, at least balance profitability and growth, yes, for sure. But also do start and capture the opportunities. And the reason is, and now we're getting to data of the more recent financial crisis. Why? Not because the 70s aren't sort of, maybe the bigger sort of economic crisis that we have seen, but because we have more data available from the economic crisis. So what we've done is we've looked at companies that have invested throughout the financial crisis versus those that haven't. And we call the first ones the through-cycle performers, and the other ones the others. Yeah, and what you see is, the ones that have invested, and one of the measures of investment is M&A deal value, because you can nicely look at that. Yeah, you can easily see how much companies spend in M&A. There's two clear cohorts that have done way bigger deals than the other ones, the other cohort. And if you look then at past the crisis, how many have those that have actually invested even in the crisis returned to their shareholders? TRS is total return to shareholders, and sorry for the technicalities here. Then the difference is much, much, much bigger than the initial deal size difference in M&A. And there's lots of other correlations that you can draw like that. So there's a clear correlation between, you go through the crisis and actually take it head on and continue to invest and grab opportunities, cautiously manage your cash burn, all of that, yes, but take the opportunities, please, and then the performance past the crisis. So strong believer in, and really based on what we've seen in crisis before. Yes, on the one hand, fight the danger, growth and profitability, your core value proposition for sure, sharpen that. But on the other side also, find the opportunity and capture it, more importantly, right? The strategic opportunities in M&A, the resilience plan that can drive you past some people that don't have it. And I think it's really that duality that you now need to go for. Huh? Make sure you don't drown, make sure you manage your profitability and cash burn, but also go out there and take the crisis head-on and develop the opportunity from it.
So I got the results.
Yes.
And this is a group that is going to find the opportunity because 79% of y'all is just bad English for you all, said that this is an opportunity, not a threat.
Super.
So that is good.
Okay.
And do you expect revenue and profitability to decrease in the next 12 months? 57% said yes, but it's kind of half-half. So there's opportunity, but this is not like the bubbles of
which
the last
resonates
couple
quite a
years.
bit. If you expect profitability to decline, then you do want to manage that. However, if you also believe that there's an opportunity, you do want to capture that. I like it. Cool. So this crowd is safe. We can go home.
No, they also have questions, so you're not safe. So I've got the questions you guys have been asking, but I've maybe got one more question for you.
Sure.
And then we're going to go to your question, so feel free to drop it into Slido or just raise a hand and we'll get a microphone to you. Last question, what should founders do? Give us your thoughts as a consultant that works with startups, that works with corporates, that sees the ecosystem. What is your top 2 or 3 pieces of advice for founders?
Quite honestly, I'm just going to give you 3. 2 of them I've already given, which is the boring ones. You need to balance the whole fighting the danger with the whole profitability thing, with the whole finding the opportunity thing. And then really you need to do both. Can't just get away with one of them. But I think the more important thing, I mean, last time when we were on stage here, we talked about the full potential of the German startup ecosystem and how by 2030 we believe that, you know, if you do a few things right now, then the startup ecosystem can be as valuable as the DAX 40, the German blue chip index, and all these good things. Yes, for sure. And now is the time then actually for entrepreneurs and startups to take up that responsibility and that opportunity that comes with actually shaping an economy. It's going to be the startups that drive us out of this recession ultimately. It's not just going to be the big corporates that are facing multiple challenges. It's going to be you guys. So I think the one thing that I want to give you behind this sort of almost table stakes opportunity and fighting the danger is actually take on that era mind that you're shaping the next era, and you can be the ones that make sure that the recovery this time doesn't take 15 years, because we realize earlier what's happening out there and learn from the past.
Nice. You ready for questions?
Sure.
Here we go. Yes or no? Have you ever thought about becoming an entrepreneur yourself?
Yeah? Sorry, yes or no? Yes.
Good. Top tip for efficient networking.
Top tip for efficient networking? You got to learn that from this guy.
Oh, so I have to give the tip now?
Yeah.
Top tip from Dan Riham on stage is ask good questions. So don't lead with your answers or your pitch, but show interest in the other person. Why should a big company help small startups? Also,
why should a big company help small startups? Is that us? Big company McKinsey? Or just,
why is McKinsey here?
Fair enough. Well, because what I just told you, we strongly believe that you guys are shaping the economy of tomorrow. So rather be there early on and support that.
I want to have an internship to join McKinsey. Can you hook me up with a job, please? But
that's not a real question.
It's a real question. But here's the thing, and I'm a stickler about grammar and spelling. Please spell PLZ. Yeah. So they would not be accepted into my company. But will you accept short abbreviations like PLZ for please?
I don't know. Well, necessarily. Let's go with the networking piece there. Find me later, and then we discuss the PLZ thing.
You're going to stick around?
For an hour or so, at least.
Yes. Good. So during the coffee break, look for this man and have a chat with him. VC investments are decreasing, but VC fundraising is an all-time high. Does that mean we're living in the best of time ever to start an innovative startup?
Yes. No, look, I mean, more seriously, yes, that's right. There's still a lot of dry powder out there. There's still fundraising. The money is in the market. It's just going different places, as we've explained. So if you have a business model that actually works, that creates value, that has intellectual property behind it, go for it.
How do valuations compare in Europe versus the US?
Well, same as last year. US valuations are way higher. But if I go back to one of those slides here, it's actually correcting a bit, and I think that's a chance for Europe. It's way too many slides, I do apologize. If you go back to this one, you see the funding volume in the US dropping significantly, which correlates with the evaluations dropping significantly. They don't drop as much in Europe yet. So you have a bit of a catch-up effect in Europe these days. That's also, by the way, where the crisis doesn't hit us so hard, because we weren't so overvalued.
Absolutely. One last question. I was really excited last time you shared about the 2030 vision and where the ecosystem's going. Are we on track? Is this whole mess right now with the economy going to deter us, going to accelerate us? In your last 90 seconds on stage, what are your thoughts for the future?
No, look, I think, is there a danger also for us to lose sight of what we've seen last year? Yes, of course, there's a bump in the road. Now everyone's talking about immediate crisis. I think my answer would always be, as much as you guys need to think about shaping the next era, so do we as a society. So it becomes even more important. And the exact reason, that is the exact reason why we believe that, look, with all the measures that we talked about last time, gender diversity, female founders, funding gaps, so on and so forth, we didn't just put it out there, but we're actively working in the background to set up a tracking mechanism to see each year, are we on track and where do we need to course correct so that by 2030 we can actually do that. So yes, everyone is thinking about something else, but believe us, we're making sure that we're thinking 2030 again.
Usually, none of us, myself included, could afford a consultant's fee or this kind of advice or knowledge or insights at the price it usually goes. So this is a real treat that here through stage 2, we're able to get these insights and we're able to have someone like Toby here. Toby's sticking around, which is fantastic. So please grab the opportunity because, again, most of us cannot afford to bring McKinsey into our startups to have a chat.
By the way, it's not as hard as you'd think, right?
That's what every McKinsey consultant says. We're very affordable. We can do it.
Well, that's not the point, but it's worth the money, and there's a lot of models that we can make it work. So
there we go. So please grab the opportunity. He's going to stick around for a bit. We do have an amazing panel right now, but then after that, he's going to be here during the coffee break. For whoever wanted the internship as well, go live my dream job and become an intern and rise to the top. Excellent. Let's give it up for Toby.
Thanks. Bye.
So this wonderful lady, I want to embarrass for a moment because she won the Foreign Press Association Award, the White House Correspondents Association Scholarship, the Women International Leadership Fellow. She is an amazing journalist with Reuters, Germany. She focuses on energy and climate and studying Columbia, Damascus University. Amazing. Thank you for being here, Stage 2. It's your first time?
Yes. Hi.
Okay. These are the smartest, the bestest startups from across Europe, 40 universities represented in the house.
Yeah.
They're really fun, good group of people, and we're talking about something very important to you and to me.
Yeah.
I was on your Twitter account yesterday, and I saw you put up a poll about the global concern for climate change, and shockingly, it's going down. We are less concerned about climate than before. How?
Well, first we have to say the results of the survey, which is the latest survey we have right now about climate awareness, was based on 2021. So first before the heat wave, before the Pakistan floods, but also during COVID. So COVID became the biggest concern. The livelihoods of people getting out of jobs was the biggest concern for many people around the world during that pandemic. I'm hoping we'll get better numbers this year, but these are partly the reasons for that.
Of all the different topics that we could have talked about on the panel, and we will have other panels over the next few days, we thought we'd kick it off with this one on sustainability. So can we please give a wonderful Stage 2 welcome to Riham, the moderator, and her panelists as they come up on stage. Have fun.
Hi. Hi, so we're here today to talk about sustainability and about whether technology can bring sustainability forward in times of global crisis like the one we've been living now past few years. And I have a great guest today to speak with me about that. Here we have Katie Rieder, who is the co-founder and CEO of Ecomio, which is a Berlin-based software company that offers alternatives for companies to do business travel, more eco-friendly business travel. We have Christoph Schenek, who manages Microsoft sustainability program. And we have Nick de Laforge, who is the managing partner of Planet A Ventures, which is a Berlin-based venture capital fund that partners with European green tech. Welcome here. Thank you. So first, I want to speak with you about what has changed. Nick, for instance, what has changed in the past few years when it comes to climate technology? You have an overview through your company. What has changed in the past few years, and what has changed since February this year?
Thanks a lot. Can you hear me? Yeah, it sounds like it. First of all, it feels a bit like being back to school, like sitting on the bench, waiting for the bus. Thanks a lot for the question. I think a lot has changed. I recently was in a room with a US-based fund manager, and he said something which I found very impactful. He said, what you've been doing in the past years in Europe is all fun and games, but the 600-pound gorilla just woke up. And I find that really insightful, because the Inflation Reduction Act by the Biden administration, with almost 400 billion being poured into it, is definitely a sign. And while we all contribute and we all win if we stop climate change, I think we have to be careful within Europe to not miss a ginormous opportunity to remain the pioneers and the forward thinkers when it comes to climate tech.
So we're escaping forward with the current crisis that we're living today.
Sorry?
Are we escaping forward with the current crisis, like with the energy crisis that we're living today? Is it pushing us forward towards more sustainability?
I would say absolutely. And I mean, like, we see this. We are at an all-time high for renewable energy. You've probably seen the news. Greece was 100% on renewables a couple of days ago, and we see how this is just being ramped up. The question whether it's enough stands on another piece of paper, but I think there is a lot going on right now, and while it's heavily impacting some industries, the energy industry definitely is winning. And somebody I know quite closely recently said, of course jokingly, but Putin has been our employee of the century, because the rollout that they've experienced since then was just over the top. And maybe to just say one sentence on what has happened over the past years, I think green tech and environmental tech and impact tech, however you want to call it, got out of the niche. And the biggest asset managers in the world have put their mindset onto, okay, this is coming out of the sidetrack of philanthropic capital into, okay, this is something that we can make money off. And my personal opinion is not the one that we need to make money off of it. I think that to put all of this into a capitalistic system is the best chance we have at reaching the necessary speed we need to turn the ship around. And this is why I like this. This is why I think we need this. This is why I think this has the biggest potential of change, because we need to get the existing infrastructure and industry on board.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Chris, what about big players like Microsoft? Have you seen any shift in your clients' demands for more sustainable products?
Yeah, so I think I agree with basically everything you said, especially the last point, that it has become like front and center in all the discussions that I'm having, that my team is having. So we talk to a lot of corporates like DAX 30 or now 40 companies. And it used to be, as you were saying, like, yeah, we have comms and we also have our sustainability department to now integrating sustainability into every aspect that big corporates are doing. So how do we procure? How do we report? How do we create new incentives, maybe also for our buyers, for our operations and so on. So I feel the urgency is clear, and it definitely has been accelerated by what has happened in February, but I think it was there before. And honestly, the main driver that I see besides the current energy crisis is actually regulation. So the one term I hear over and over again if I talk to customers, and that's not only big corporates but also smaller players, is CSDR, so Corporate Sustainability Reporting, CSRD, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which is basically bringing non-financial reporting to a totally new level. If you talk to advisors like KPMG, EY, and so on, they will tell you your non-financial data needs to be audit-proof. So if you are in a business of non-financial reporting, bringing it to a new quality, moving from spend-based to activity-based, I think you're in the right spot. because companies are really desperately looking for solutions to actually improve it and bring it to a new quality level.
Speaking of solutions, as we just mentioned, your company offers solutions for business travelers. Now, finally, we're getting back to business trips, no more Zoom calls, hopefully, or less at least. And
Teams.
I hope so.
Teams.
And how your company makes this.
Commercial for your company?
Yeah, I wanted to speak with you about making this option. Like, our clients are willing to take the extra minute to look for more alternative solutions, or are they just looking for the cheaper options? Or can we do this balance between taking an eco-friendly solution when it comes to business travel, for instance, or an economic financial decision? How does this balance work out?
Yeah, great question, obviously, and I would like to connect that actually with the question before. So what we see is that companies are active and they are looking for solutions, they are aware of it, and they have the intention to do something. Let's say the majority of the companies, not every company. But I believe we're way too slow here, like we're really like late to the party, and typical German syndrome is to analyze, think about the strategy, and only then act. We would need to really act now and implement solutions already, even if the strategy is not bulletproof yet. That's my opinion on this part. And yes, we're offering a solution. Hopefully it can also be implemented without having a bulletproof strategy yet. And basically, to answer your question, looking at the trade-off between how much business travel might cost, especially in a crisis where we all look into cost savings. I mean, let's look at startups who are having a lot of layoffs. Luckily, when we look at business travel, we do not need to worry about it too much, because in 90% of the cases, carbon reduction comes along with cost reduction. So we can help in this situation actually on top, like solve two crises or help with two crises at the same point. And why is this? The key insight behind here is that it's both connected to the comfort level. So that's the addressing the second part of your question. When we look at the comfort level, we need to take a step back and really be okay with reducing our comfort on business trips in order to avoid a climate crisis and also help our companies to survive, to reduce cost base if we have to travel. And for this, we need to show as a company that we really appreciate it, and that's basically what we're doing with our product. We know that we have a cost saving that's being created, and we use this cost saving in order to show the business traveler we are doing something on top as your employer because we appreciate what you're doing. We're giving, for example, a donation to a good cause with the savings that you created for us and the carbon reduction that you created for us as a company.
So it's possible, like it can be actually a trade-off when taking a more sustainable decision. What about in the general view? Not just the cost saving, but also the hybrid growth. Usually venture capitalists are looking for startups that would grow super quickly, become a unicorn, and usually we have the perception that sustainability is slow. We don't get that such quick accelerated growth with sustainable solutions. But you work with sustainable solution startups. How does that balance work out for startups?
So when we started Planet A, we did that with one North Star metric, which is the planetary boundaries. And right now it's clear we're using 1.7 planets, of which we only have one, and that's the misery in a nutshell. And the planetary boundaries are, of course, more complex than only climate change. It also attributes to extinction in species, million years, and so on, like how much biodiversity are we losing, pollution levels, and so on. And we have to take all of this into account. And what is clear, what must be clear right now to our society as a whole is that the non-sustainable alternative is going to be the more costly. And there are, of course, early adopters and there are laggers, and we hope that the batch of early adopters accelerates a bit. But if you follow that basic principle, if you follow that belief, there is going to be a very clear correlation between the biggest impact drivers, the companies that have the biggest positive impact, and the ones creating the biggest monetary value, if you want. And so I think these are two sides of the same coin that we absolutely have to see. And sustainability starts in our minds, right? We have to overcome the growth mindset at some point. We have to overcome the perspective that everything needs to grow to the moon, or whatever Wall Street Bets is about right now. But this is going to take a couple of generations. We obviously are currently trapped in a system where this is not the reality, where like the pure greed is still dominating everything else, and at the same time, the time scale that we're presented with is so dire that we need the biggest growth we can achieve at any point right now in all of these fields. And sustainability is not one industry. You have sustainability in how you produce energy, how you store it, how you get from A to B, how you clothe yourself, how you build houses, and so on. And whatever you're looking for, whatever investment field you're searching for, you can do it in a sustainable way. And this is the mindset change that I think we have to really embrace.
And has this, Chris, like mind shift happen at the big players? Are things easier to shake up, or usually they're not as flexible? Also, compromising on growth for big players are not that easy. How does things work for a big player like Microsoft?
So, I mean, I personally think there are ways how to decouple emissions from growth. And I mean, I speak on behalf of a big tech company, and we, like other hyperscalers, have very ambitious growth have very ambitious growth targets. And I mean, the hyperscaler market is still growing fast, like extremely fast. And also we as an organization here in Germany have and also will deliver. But I think there's definitely ways to decouple, but also to improve. And I think what you said about the mind shift is super important. I think there's still plenty of space for improvement. What I observe is we also have a graduate program, so you have like 23-year-olds, 24-year-olds joining the company. And it's really interesting to see also the difference in thinking. It comes down to simple things like what type of food is served in the cafeteria, how do we travel? And there's really a big difference. So within Microsoft Germany, we have a large sales team, and within sales, there's sort of certain things that people want or wanted, which is like big car, business travel, and so on. But again, this is also changing. And I think besides the mind shift aspect, what is super important is really also the governance around it. So there's central governance mechanisms you can put into place, like a carbon tax and so on, that work without people actually noticing it. And my observation, also talking to a lot of companies, is that like those central mechanisms and also incentive mechanisms are not really in place yet. So I recently attended a supplier meeting, so we as a supplier, and there was a very interesting discussion between the sustainability team from this customer and the procurement team. And it was basically, how do you integrate sustainability KPIs, whatever that means, into procurement? Because if you incentivize your procurement team on how much money you're saving, you're not most likely get the most sustainable product. And I think that is an area, that is a sort of also topic where I feel we are still at the very beginning. So really making these organizational transformations that are necessary. I think it all has to start somehow with data, but then of course you need to take action. And then other things are required than data. It's much, much bigger and broader.
Can I ask a really quick question about this? So I've been speaking to a couple of tier 1 automotive suppliers, and they say that they see the OEMs request that they can produce completely CO2 neutral in 2030. So the complete top-down push. Do you think that this is something that can work?
So I see this as well. It's downward pressure from the big players. And I feel it's working. You have a lot of smaller companies getting really, really nervous about this request. And it's not only you have to deliver the data, they basically ask you to sign a document and say, I commit myself, I commit the company to be climate neutral until, I don't know, like 2030, 2040, whatsoever. And if this is becoming a key component of your procurement decision, besides price, besides quality, and so on, I think you are not going to have any customers if you don't have a credible commitment, if you don't have a credible data quality to actually deliver on those targets.
And for this, you need to have. And for this, you need to have the resources also. Like, we're talking here about bigger companies, but the further you go down the supply chain, the less resources you actually can commit to doing those analytics and proving them.
Yeah, okay, Chris was talking about data, that we need data as an incentive for us to cut on our CO2 footprint. Your company does this exactly. You show your clients how much they can save. But the big step is what comes afterwards. How much people or clients' behavior change, and do we just need education on how much we're producing CO2, or we need solutions that maybe some of your startups can find solutions for? Do we need more education, and how much people change when they know?
Education, definitely, because I believe at least we at Ecomia, we're in a bubble, we know a lot, and therefore we assume that everyone knows a lot, and this is definitely not the case. Even like a few months ago, when someone would have asked me, which no one did, but like, how much is actually 1 kilogram CO2? I can tell you like what the unit means, but I cannot tell you what it really means to reduce by 1 kilogram CO2. Is this a lot? Is it not? And how do different measures compare? Like, what levers do I have, and how do they compare in their relation, basically, in the ratio of the impact? So I think education is definitely today still necessary, hopefully not for too long. Hopefully we can do this fast so that everyone is aware of their actions and their impact, therefore. And so when we talk about education, as you say, yes, it's about data, it's about transparency to really show, and in a very simple way, not in a complex way or in a hidden way, like very, very dominantly, if you do this, that means this for your climate impact, and also putting it in a relation again to what kind of budget we actually have as per person. If we talk about per person, per company, that's another topic, but if we talk about per person, if we want to stick to the 1.5 degree target, that means we would technically have 1.5 kilograms CO2 equivalent of a budget per year. And the average German citizen is at 10. This is an insane gap, and I would say in any other economical situation, you would say this is impossible to get to. So we need education to get the awareness for this ratio on the one hand, and at the same time, I think we all need to get like different status symbols. Today, it's about how much do you earn? What car are you driving? This is also changing, but we need to get away from the monetary status, but rather to, hey, I'm cool because I'm green. So my dad, he bought a Smart recently, an e-Smart, and he thinks that he's so cool because he's innovative. This is what we need to push, that green is actually the new status.
Yeah, do you think we're on the track to think like that? We are not driving the latest car, but how green you are. This is the crowd, I think, for that.
I think it's a tricky one. I don't think we're on track right now. I think we will be on track, and like I, as many other people, don't have the clarity to really judge when it's dire enough for us to change systemically. Like we see very hopeful signs in like how technology emerges, and just for the clarity, that's of course a tiny piece, a tiny mosaic piece in all of what we need next to changing customer behavior, regulation, the big players adopting existing technology, rollout of this, and so on. And obviously, and there is a lot of scientific proof we're not nearly the speed of change that we need. Will we as humanity survive all of this? Absolutely. But I think we still have it in our hands how high we peak in terms of climate change, and also how much of the other consequences we are willing to bear in terms of biodiversity loss, pollution, and so on.
So we need also solutions to make it easier, and many of the startups you work with are working on those solutions. What is like one solution you're still waiting for to be pitched for you?
Oh, that's a dangerous question to ask. How much time do you all have? So when we look at things, we try to be very systemic about it and also try to give science a voice. We've been hearing this a lot, that science doesn't have the necessary voice, and we try to disrupt the venture game a bit by giving science a voice. So we have a team of scientists that calculate life cycle assessments, basically very holistic, energetic and materialistic inputs of what are needed to create a certain product, such as the microphone. And then you end up with the entire emission footprint, and you can compare that to the status quo. And impact always has different dimensions, as I said. CO2 is one of them, but there are others. And maybe if I can highlight one solution, and I don't want to dig too deep into it, but it's a company called GA Drilling. GA Drilling has developed a plasma drilling head, and that sounds very abstract, but they are trying to tap into something called supercritical geothermal energy. You might have heard about geothermal. There is ground source heat pumps that can heat up your home, but supercritical geothermal energy is something else because it's actual electricity that can be produced out of it. And why it's relevant is it's baseload continuous, so it's not weather dependent, such as wind and solar, at the same time completely CO2 free. And we're currently not seeing geothermal energy worldwide because we're limited by engineering challenges. So we can't, with the existing material that we have from oil and gas, once we reach something called hard rock, so granite or cooled off lava rock, we have like 0.5 meter to 1 meter lasting drilling heads, and then we have to pull out 3 kilometers of steel, which leads to exponentially rising costs. And so they have developed a plasma drilling head which just sinks through the plate like a hot piece of metal through butter.
It's so interesting. I was at a geothermal conference yesterday talking about all those solutions, and it's so interesting to see the appetite. And that brings us back to the crisis question at the beginning, that speaking about geothermal was something nice to have, too complicated to think about. And now, because we need this energy, everyone is talking about it, big companies are thinking about it. You're nodding. Do you have anything to comment on that?
I'm nodding because I think you made a super important point, and being like self-critical, especially within tech, we tend to say that software is super important, and of course it's important, but it's not going to solve a lot of challenges. So you need massive scale of innovation across all sectors, and software can help, but it's not going to solve a lot of the things that you just described. So. And as I was saying before, I think you need those type of innovations, and we as a company, for example, we are working with Climeworks, which is actually direct air capture, super fascinating technology, still very expensive, and that is maybe to your previous question, another comment I want to make. So where do we stand? I see a lot of big corporates making statements about their climate goals and then other sustainability goals. But there's very little thinking, how do you actually work with the delta of emissions you will still have? I think no one believes that we will have 0 emissions in 2030 or 2040, when national law a bit further down the road then will also oblige us to be climate neutral. And that is, I think, very interesting that companies, some of the companies I talk to, not all of them, do not really think about also the offsetting carbon removal processes and so on. And every now and then it's really, I have this one project in South America which is about reforestation. And then of course you have to ask the question, is that really your portfolio for carbon removal, or do you have any other ideas? And I think that is a very nascent, fascinating market. If you are in that space, I think again it's a great opportunity, because companies are desperately looking for solutions, but they don't really have a clue because they are not experts on this. And I think again, getting back to your point, finding expertise on those specific topics is extremely hard. It's easier for big corporations, but again, like German Mittelstand is also heavily thinking about this, and they simply don't have the resources. So again, probably software and startups can help here, but it's only one part of a much, much bigger solution that is needed.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Katie, we're talking about offsetting. We're talking about that some airlines offer to pay extra few more for the flight to plant a tree, or as an offsetting or compensating for the CO2. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it became clear also on what Chris said, that there's better and worse offsetting. And when it comes to the technical solution, we really need to look, I believe, in the timeline. What can we do now? Software hopefully is quite easy and fast to develop and hopefully also implement. If it's more technical, that might take some more years. So that's why my pledge would be, let's really enforce also the software that we can do today. And when it comes to offsetting, this is really the secondary lever that we should take. We need to reduce first, and then only the things that we really cannot reduce or avoid, we offset. Because the issue is with offsetting is, it most often has a time lag. So let's say the typical example, to grow a tree takes several years. And we do not have the time, as we heard now. And the second part is, it often happens in a different location. So if you say you do this in South America, we're currently in Europe, so there's not really a balance of where the emission happened and where it's actually captured. But yeah, if you do offsetting, I think Microsoft is a great example. Climeworks is an insanely good solution, but it's expensive. So there's middle ways for companies that cannot afford, but yeah, I would also pledge not to go for just planting trees. There's way more efficient levers to take, and you simply need to be aware that this costs more and be also happy to apply a higher carbon price than is officially taxed today in the industry.
So we don't have time. We don't have time, like we ran out of time here on the panel, but we don't have time also to fight climate change. So we need, like to sum it up, we need change in culture, we need solutions, and we need technology, and we need the information and education about that.
If I maybe can do one very short call to action. When people ask, what can I do? Stop eating meat or stop flying? It's both. But the most important thing, the biggest asset you have, is your time. So make sure that you work for somebody who takes this seriously. We don't have time, and this is the biggest lever you have. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for being here
Excellent.
today.
Let's give it up for them. Thank you all very much. In that direction.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. I spotted a man. Arma, can you come over here real quick? Can we give Arma a hand? You don't know why, but I'll tell you in a moment. Give him a hand. Come on, come on, come on. So this amazing man was born in Berlin. Where do you live now?
I live now in Hamburg.
In Hamburg.
Yeah.
You're an artist.
Yes.
And the guys were telling me that you've got a very cool concept that you want to do here, but the question is, why are we mixing events, technology, and art? And also, you're creating the art live during the event, so talk to us a little bit about that.
Yes. There you can see I'm going to start painting after the coffee break. And I think art is, okay, personally for me, always a nice thing. And creating it at a live event, because for me, I'm getting always inspired by my surroundings. So I'm gonna I just sit here and what's going on, and then I'm gonna start painting. It's like I prepared it, and it's like a rhythm form. So I'm getting like this energy and trying to transfer it like into like this artwork.
Are you feeling a good energy right now?
Yes, I'm feeling totally.
Is it red in color? Because that's my favorite color. Red.
What color?
Red.
No red.
Shucks. Okay. So essentially, all of you are part of this art, correct? So the stuff we're talking about, the flow, the energy, the mood, is what you're creating live, reactive, in the moment to it. But even though they don't know this, they get a piece of it.
Yes. Yeah. Again, it's like a rhythm form. So like people coming together like this, talking about invention, and I'm gonna paint it. It's like a freestyle. It's in total concept. Mm-hmm. And afterwards, these two artworks gonna be split like into 40 pieces.
Yeah.
And each partner university gonna get like a part of it.
That's so cool. That's awesome. So we're getting some original art. Yeah, that's so cool. That's super amazing. Well, we can't wait to see what you make from this. And feel free to come and engage and inspire him as well with maybe what you're working on, maybe where you come from, and see how it translates into live art. I also want to let you know that this event is entirely carbon neutral. We have partnered with Planted. I think we've got a quick slide. Boom, Planted. So thank you so much to the Planted team to help us as an event be climate neutral. And with that, You guys look wonderful, but uncaffeinated. So let's take a 20-minute break for everybody. And for the 10 wildcards, you get a 10-minute break. Because for you guys, we need to meet you behind there. Look at that good-looking man in the corner. Go see him to get your microphones. Go, go, go. Go get coffee. See you in a moment. has started his art. I have to learn how to read his handwriting and see what it says. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Someone put a message saying, how do I get one of these cool hoodies? And they are freaking cool. You texted that? Awesome. So here's the deal. Whoever comes up to the front row here and shares one thing that they have learned gets a hoodie. So what's interesting, and this is not good for entrepreneurial spirit, is you just allowed one person to come to the front. Entrepreneurship is cutthroat. I mean, you guys were closer. You haven't finished the job. The job is say one thing you've learned.
Okay, one thing I've learned. The next time I will take the train instead of the plane.
Okay, well done, well done. We'll get you a hoodie. Thank you. But this is very interesting that the rest of you did not run to the front. I'm curious about this. We'll dig into that in a moment. All right, I want to invite up a friend to stage 2 because last year this time, she and her co-founders are standing here pitching for their lives, and they have gone on to incredible success. She's the 2021 Digital Female Leader Award recipient in the category of entrepreneurship. She and the team have done amazing stuff when it comes to Codary. Please welcome up Amanda. Hey, hey, hey. Do you remember this?
Yes, I remember it very well.
Yeah? You had 2 minutes to pitch, and the jury grilled you, and you got to the top. You guys won. So quick question, for those who do not know about you and about Codary, what is it?
With Codary, we are teaching children and teenagers how to code online with a mobile app and online live classes to make them, to enable them to shape the 21st century.
Fantastic. And why? Of all the things we could solve, why is this the thing that caught your attention?
Because coding and computer science is everywhere right now. It's all over the place. We use it every single day. And still, children barely learn about it in school. So only 15% of European children have basic coding knowledge, even though it's one of the 10 most important job skills.
Last year this time, what was the stage of Codary?
Last year at this time, we just scrapped together our pre-seed funding round. We were 6 people just starting out, very enthusiastic and pitching here.
Do you remember how much you won last year?
We won, I think, a workshop.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And now, a year later, a year later, where are you guys?
We just raised a seed round of 3.5 million euro.
Ooh, that's impressive. Impressive. That is awesome. Now, since you've been on the stage and you know that 2 minutes is fast, what advice do you have for everyone here who will be pitching tomorrow, as well as our wildcards in the back who are ready to come up?
All right, so my advice to you, if you go out here and start seriously fundraising, is traction, traction, traction. Most of you come from university. Most of you don't have impressive long CVs. So if you're asking for money, you have to show traction. It really depends on what kind of business you have, what that traction is, but you have to have traction. You don't have the CV to raise on. You need traction.
That is really good advice. We love that. Anything else for those who are feeling nervous? What do you do? What is your pre-jumping on stage routine?
My pre-jumping on stage routine is listening to music, exciting music to get energy up, to get the 10% extra energy you need on stage.
That's awesome. Well, we so appreciate you coming back, gracing us on the stage. Congratulations on the very well-deserved awards for you personally as well as the team. Can we give it up for Amanda from Codary?
Thank you, Dan.
Okay, so let's have a bit of fun. What's happening right now is something that we haven't done before, which is the wild card category. Essentially, we had categories for industrial AI, impact, and female-led teams, and our amazing jury spent time looking through those who did not come through the stream like you guys did, but wanted to provide an opportunity for these wild cards to join you all tomorrow. And that's what's about to happen. Really quickly, our jury, can you grab one of those mics? I know, we didn't plan this, but whatever. We're having fun here. So, can you quickly introduce yourself, name, your firm that you represent, and one thing you love when hearing from founders? Like, what is one personality trait that you're like, I gotta invest in them?
All right. Thank you, Dan. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah. I'm a director with Antler. We are a global early-stage venture capital firm based in Berlin, despite my accent. And I think one thing I love hearing about founders is hustle.
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 You're a hustle person. Lovely. Sebastian. Oh, sorry.
Hi everyone, Sebastian from Siemens AG, R&D strategy manager at Siemens. Based in Munich, living in Cologne. And when I hear about founders, of course, passion is what I really love then.
Passion. I love it.
Hi, I'm Valentin from Better Ventures, impact investor from Munich, and I would say the best we can hear is if they have a real direct impact and not just indirect.
Hey everyone, I'm Ulrich Kruse from Trumpf Venture, which is a deep tech fund, the corporate VC of the German high-tech company Trumpf. And what I really appreciate in founders is when they have a very deep knowledge of what they're doing, but at the same time they're humble enough to acknowledge that there's still a lot of stuff which they don't know and they're open to learn new things.
That's awesome.
Hello, I'm Isabel from Techstars, and we are an early stage investor focusing on climate tech, fintech, and deep tech. I'm Irish in Berlin. We have a great Irish representation on this jury. I probably traveled the least to get here. I live across the road, like 100 meters, which is great. And my favorite thing in founders is the staying on brand with Techstars, give first. So when they lift others up with them, and they're all about peer-to-peer coaching. We love that in our programs.
That's fantastic. Let's give it up for our jury. Yes. So, what's going to happen is a 2-minute pitch followed by a 3-minute grilling from this amazing jury. Oh, he looks ready already. You guys have only one job, and that is to make them feel so good. Every time I announce them, just make them feel loved and supported by all of you. And it'll work like this. I'll say the name, and you make some noise. So, our first of 10 startups coming up. Can we make some noise for John from Samurai? Yay! Come stand here, right in the middle, and your 2 minutes starts now.
Every single minute in the German manufacturing industry, they lose €500,000 due to quality costs. The problem is that there is a rule of 10, and therefore it's important to identify failure potentials as early as possible. And the problem is that the current solutions are very time and personnel intensive, and that's where we come into play. We are Samurai, and we offer an AI-based quality engineer for smart failure management. It's trained just like a real engineer and understands products and processes on a physical level. Our solution, we automate the failure detection process in the research and development process through our AI as a service solution. And through that, it's possible to track the failure potentials and predict them with up to 95% accuracy and get up to 35% of quality cost reduction. And this can increase the profit margins by up to 60%. Furthermore, McKinsey found out that research and development influences up to 80% of the product's resource footprint. Compared to our competition, we are identifying failure potentials way earlier and highly autonomous. And we have a value-based pricing model and a very specific target group. It loses about 1 million every single month. That makes a total market of 2 billion in Germany. We are 3 people full-time working on this with a complementary skill set and an advisory board with a co-investor, a business angel in the VW board and experiences from 25 years of failure management and multi-million euro exit. We are having 2 theses on the core technology, won a couple prizes, and our next steps are customer-focused product development. Thank you.
And that was his 2 minutes. Let's give it up. That was fast. That was intense. 3 minutes of questions. Yes?
Thanks for the pitch. in a failure mode effect analysis, what you are trying to do with your AI, it's quite complex. Every component and so on has to be analyzed and reviewed. How do you handle this in your solution? So, and how you adapt it also at the customer?
Yes, all right. There is a slide where we are focusing on knowledge bases. And with these knowledge bases, our AI is pre-trained from different types of literature, for example, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and the AI understands the physical concepts of a product. And therewith, it's possible to do the FMEA step by step, for example, the structure analysis, the function analysis, and then the failure mode analysis, because the AI knows what can happen and with what correlation through pattern recognition and deep, what's it called?
Deep transfer learning. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, guys, for the pitch. Question from my side. Interested to hear your insights into the traction. So maybe you could give some views on the commercial traction that you guys have had so far.
All right. So currently we are approaching, for example, we are in talks with Siemens at the Research and Development Standard in Karlsruhe and Siemens in Switzerland. And furthermore, we are in discussions with Schunk and a couple others, and we are a team in the AI Founders Program where we will get further traction, and we have 2 theses on the core technology. I did my bachelor thesis on the topic, validated all of the problems and solutions with 10 expert interviews, and our AI currently is able to analyze documentation and understand how a product is built just from the documentation, how it's built up.
What's your first target group? How do you define the first target group you work with?
Yes, all right. Our first target group are, for example, family-run hidden champions, because we have a very good business network to them. Simon Engelhorn is one of our business angels, and he is leading the Engelhorn company in Mannheim. They are doing 220 million in annual revenue, and a co-investor of him has a seat in the VW board. And furthermore, we have a very good target group through one of our mentors. His name is Ralf Basel. He has over 25 years of consulting experience in the FMEA sector and was responsible for the start of production at VW, Porsche, and other big companies.
Now, if you would all give a big thank you to Samurai and welcome Kevin from Anticipate. Come right here, right to the middle. You ready?
Sure.
Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello, everyone. We are Anticipate, and we believe that a large amount of manual tasks in the factory cannot be automated even in the long run. Looking at the situation today, we have 72% of all tasks in the factory still manual, which are very error-prone and causes a lot of costs. So for the error proneness, we have, depending on the industry, numbers between 40 and 80%. And the costs occur then at the end of the process in general, when you have a lot of correction costs and cost for identifying the general errors. This is why we built a solution which can, based on images, detect hand movements of the operators, and by this, directly, automatically, in real time, detect errors in the situation they happen, to give the chance to the operator to directly correct it. Based on this, you save a lot of money in quality costs at the end of the process, since you don't have the correction costs for each error, which you already catch in the process itself. The product consists of 2 different components. So the operating software runs completely locally and is charged on a monthly basis per station. This is what the operator is directly working with. Next to this, we want also offer a training tool which is available on the web and which is enabling the process engineer for teaching the system completely without any coding knowledge and managing the trained models for the different assembly stations. Currently, we have 5 signed LOIs for pilot projects. We have 2 running POCs. and planning to start the next pilot project already in November with Mercedes-Benz, and the next one beginning of the next year together with Miele, just to name a few of our target industries and current interested customers. Next to this, we have also 300K in revenue this year and are currently in our pre-seed round. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Thank you for the pitch. Just wanted to get some insights into some of the users that you're working with at the moment. Are there any paying customers, and what do they look like?
The 300K is completely project-based. So here we had several solutions in the area of AI-based image processing. The current pilots are paid, but also one-time, so no recurring revenue yet. But the pilots I talked about with Mercedes-Benz and Miele will be on a recurring revenue basis already.
Great pitch, thank you. So from the manufacturer, it's clear value add of saving money and being more efficient, but I'm wondering, have you done much user research in terms of the final end user? In this case, it could be blue-collar workers who could be very resistant to the adoption of a technology that essentially catches them out or shows the error in their work.
That's a very good point. So I think here it's a lot about positioning the solution. So we are in our current implementation, we are getting directly in the beginning of the implementation process in touch with the workers council, and also with the assembly responsible persons. And this helps a lot when you talk about transparency, what is happening in behind of the technology regarding the data processing, for example. But it's definitely a good point, yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. I've seen that you listed McKinsey as one of your clients. How does that company fit in?
That's a very good question. Me and my co-founder from our background worked at the Digital Capability Center, which is a model factory of McKinsey. And there we had a lot of implementations as well for testing several solutions in their production lines there. And next to this, also planning to cooperate with McKinsey, using our solutions at their clients for one success case as part of a digitization strategy, for example.
One quick question, what's your failure rate? How often do you don't detect the missing step?
Very good question. So definitely depends on the process step you want to detect. So here, for example, we are talking also with Richemont for the assembly of watches, which is very fine granular. So this could be a challenge, for example. In the running pilot projects, we have an accuracy of over 99.x% depending on the process step, so quite high.
You're focusing on assembly task in your solution. All these tasks may be substituted by robots in the future. How transferable is your solution then also in regard to automation with robots and so on?
Also very good point. So the underlying assumption here is that this large share of manual work cannot automated even in the future with robotics completely. So that means here you have a huge problem of flexibility and also an economical problem using robots with decreasing product cycles currently, to make it short.
Your time is done. So thank you. Let's give it up for Anticipate and welcome Christian from AI Spaces. If you're ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Come over here. Come to the front. Come here. Come
All right.
And your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello, everybody. We're AI Spaces, and we match business needs with data analytics solutions. Today, at stage 2, we have many promising AI startups. But do you know what they all have in common? Correct. They all need to explain their business solutions in front of their prospects. Many sales representatives, they try to mediate between their clients and the engineers, but as you can see, they often fail to do so. Selling data analytics solutions requires hours of explanation, with many leads not crossing the initial interest stage. This ties up immense resources on the data analytics provider side. SMEs, in contrast, they lack the skills to translate their business problems into data analytics solutions. Hence, they miss massive competitive advantages. The existing intermediaries, they unfortunately fail to solve this two-sided problem. AI Spaces tries to fill this gap by automatically translating business needs into data analytics solutions. The providers, they benefit from interactive product demonstrations and direct project requests. SMEs, on the other hand, they receive individual business needs analysis and they can compare and contact providers on their own. SMEs, they are not charged anything. Our platform is completely free of charge for them. But the data analytics providers, they pay both a listing and a commission fee to obtain their high-value leads. So overall, AI Spaces has everything that both parties need, a place where business needs match with data analytics capabilities. And for our business leaders today, feel free to get your data analytics potential analysis by scanning the QR code. And for the providers, feel free to pre-subscribe for our platform. Thank you very much.
Well done. Excellent.
Thank you, guys. I guess if that works, a lot of digital consultants will be really upset.
Yes, definitely.
So my question is, how many users do you already have on your platform on both ends?
Yeah, okay, that's a good question because the users from the data analytics provider side, they're not difficult to acquire. So we have we got easily 10 contacts with data analytics providers, and they said, yeah, if you can generate me some leads, just do it. So the difficulty lies in the acquisition of SMEs. So what we are doing now is we offer this free data analytics potential analysis, which is scientifically based because we've been researching for years on that stuff. So yeah, so we are acquiring the SMEs first, and once we generate the leads, we go to the data analytics providers and offer them the leads and probably get the commission fee. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, more questions.
Maybe following up on the point, how do you convince SMEs that this is something they need?
Yeah.
Because I think that's the point, because you can say, I offer you something for free, but most people would offer something for free, but they have to see the opportunity in there, don't they?
So honestly speaking, in Germany, there's maybe not the best time to start such a business. So we are focusing on the DACH region, so Switzerland, Germany, Austria, and we are starting in Switzerland probably because, yeah, they're right now probably more interested in digitization than in energy costs. So.
Thank you for the pitch, guys. A question from my side on the technology. Yeah. So how scalable is this? And then second part of that question is maybe you can speak a little bit to your defensibility as well.
Okay, yeah. At the moment, it's like semi-automated. So we have an autology behind that we developed on our own. But on the long term, we are trying to develop like a neural network to,
Yeah, the algorithm will process all companies that have been going through the process and will improve automatically afterwards. So for the moment, it's semi-automated and results in automated.
And sorry, your second question?
Defensibility.
The advanceability. Yeah, so if we're talking about the advancements, we can probably advance, like we are focusing on a few industries in the beginning, but we want to broaden our sector focus, and I think in the beginning we have more standardized solutions included, and we want to broaden it to individualized projects in the long term.
That's all the time that we have. Thank you very much. Let's give it up for AI Spaces. Kimani, come on up. This is Kimani from Circle Back, and your 2 minutes starts now.
All right, please raise your hand if this is the amount of plastic that you have in your bathroom, or you have even more. Okay, that's almost everybody. So what you might see as your typical morning routine, I see as a bunch of wasted resources. Now, why are these resources wasted? Because the product life cycle looks like this. And as you might have noticed, this is not a circle. And why is it not a circle? It's because most of the stuff is being burned for energy. Now, that's not good for the environment because it creates emissions. Another fraction of this is being downcycled into a much lower quality. Now, we can use some of this low quality material, but we really don't need that much. What we really need is high quality, circularly recycled plastic so that brands like Google, Kneipp or Beiersdorf can put that back into the packaging. Unfortunately for them, the market situation looks like this. So there's huge demand and very little supply. And the solution for that obviously is to move more stuff from a linear system to a circular one. And that is exactly what we are doing at Circleback with Europe's first fund system or return system that gives FMCG brands exclusive access to their packaging material. Now, consumers can simply return their empty packaging to a collection point, such as supermarkets, drugstores, or recycling Hof. And it's super easy and convenient for consumers because it works all digital. So you can find a collection location, redeem your rewards, track your environmental impact via our app. On the B2B side, brands can access their material and in addition, get a bunch of information and data about consumer behavior or impact. With this system, we can close the loop for over 500,000 tons of packaging per year in Europe. And we already have great industry support, and we would like your support as well. And what you can do right now is take out your phones, scan this QR code, and register your postcode so that we can come to your region first.
Amazing, well done. Nice. Who's got the first question? Valentin, go for it.
Thank you for your pitch. You talked a lot about single-use plastics. Can you use it for any kind of plastic, reusable plastics, or maybe even glass or anything as well?
Yeah, so ironically, we actually started out with reusable packaging and found out that the industry, particularly cosmetics, is not really ready yet for reusable packaging. But with the exact same infrastructure, we can also accept reusable packaging because the same take-back, it's the same software. And so this actually can also function for this industry as basically a test market. If consumers bring back their single-use packaging, they likely also bring back reusable packaging, so these brands can easier or more comfortably switch to reusable packaging in the future as well.
Thanks for the pitch. I like your clean design. I would like to know about your unfair advantage, as it were. Why are you uniquely skilled to be able to solve this problem, and why now?
Well, why now is a very easy question, because currently we have 10 countries that have fund systems in Europe, and right now an additional 10 are actually building them. So we can scale together with these fund systems because they all focus on beverage bottles, but they don't focus on all the additional plastic that we need. So that's number one. Number two about the unfair advantage is that what is very important for a system like this is that you need an independent player in the middle, because no Beiersdorf is taking part in a Henkel system, and no Henkel is taking part in an Edeka system. So you need someone that's in the middle, and that is what we have done in the past to bring all these stakeholders together on one table.
Sarah?
Yes, question on your business model. So how are you making money?
Yeah, so the brands that participate, they pay us for the collection and processing of their packaging, and then they get this material back that's included in the price. So they would have to buy recycled plastic anyways. So rather than doing that, they can just basically do a subscription model for us and then get that material basically in a very well-planned way.
And how much do you charge?
It's a little bit complicated because the market of recyclates and the plastic market fluctuates quite heavily. We started out with 2,000 per ton of collected material, but that is going to be dependent on the fluctuation of the market.
That's all the time we got. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for Circle Back. Thank you, Kimani. And now we got Julian.
Yeah, hi.
You ready?
Sure.
All right. We're ready too. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Perfect. Then we click. Yeah, that's the wrong one. But we'll start with that. I'll share with you my favorite fuck up or what the fuck moment, also the one that we had in our team with Carmen and Vincent. You know these plastic bags, it's 45 liters, and you are putting or filling them with fossil plastics. And per hospital bed in Germany, you're doing this around 7 times a day. So you can imagine with 500,000 of hospital beds, how much of fossil plastic waste we got there. And this waste is completely incinerated, and this and production leads to an extreme amount of carbon emissions, like 27 million tons in the EU per year. Have a look at this at a world scale and you know what's going up. The healthcare sector is more than aviation, for example, in carbon emissions. We help our customers, like these pharma and medtech companies that you see here, to solve this problem and to make them independent from fossil oil as a resource. And how are we doing this? Basically, we are using bioplastics that are made out of plants that regrow, that filter out carbon from the atmosphere while they are growing, and we are making medical-grade bioplastics for them. This is something that you don't have for the disposables and the surgery stuff that you have, for example, in the hospitals now. So that is what we do. Our solution is regrowable, and we have 50 to 70% less carbon per kilo, and per product usually it's up to 80. We are fully recyclable, it is hygienic, and for example, we are the sole company in the market that has those regrowable solutions in a medical certified quality system and biocompatibility for the patient safety. And this is our advantage. We are the only one, and it takes years to get there. So we want our share of this 50 billion market, and the team, of course, would also be happy to be on stage tomorrow again. So, thank you.
Well done. Super. Come over here.
Thank you for the strong pitch. Ooh.
Thanks.
My question would be, why start in the pharmaceutical and the medical industry, which is so highly regulated, for an issue that is so spread across many industries?
Because of the regulation. Because there are other companies that are doing bioplastics for, let's say, food packaging, for consumer goods, whatnot. They are bigger, they are stronger, they have size advantage, and they don't want to go into medical business. They say it's too complicated for them. We come from therapeutical applications of bioplastics. We know the regulations, we know how the customers think and what a development process of a medical product looks like, and that's our advantage. And the medical grade plastic suppliers today are completely fossil, so there's our niche.
Is the price competitive?
With the lower price ends, definitely. We are on the product scale maybe 5% up in price, but that's something that clinics are usually paying if it's really sustainable. With some products we even manage to get lower because of higher material stiffness. You can use less and then you get even lower here.
And are you directly selling to hospitals, or what's the plan?
No, we are supplying the material itself to the producers of medical products or to their suppliers. Yeah.
How do you enter this pretty conservative market as a newcomer?
Yeah, well, that's basically kind of easy. We set up some a network to bring all the participants in the whole supply chain, from us, the material, up to the clinics and the hospitals together, because they all have to do something for sustainability. The EU legislation within the Green Deal, the Action Plan on Circular Economy, they are forcing them, and they are searching for solutions, and nobody has them, so that is quite easy at the moment, yeah.
Any other questions?
And maybe compared to recycled plastics, which is the more sustainable way?
They come out relatively even in terms of carbon emissions, so sometimes it's the one or the other. The big advantage that we have is that recycled plastics are not suitable for medical applications usually. There are very few in pharma packaging, but usually it's not in that narrow of a corridor for quality and purity as a virgin material that regrows.
Excellent. All right. Let's give it up for Biovox and welcome up Alfredo. Come on, Alfredo. Alfredo's from Electrogenus. You've got 2 minutes on the clock. You ready?
Yeah, sure.
Here we go. Your 2 minutes starts now.
So hi everyone, we're Electrogenus. We're one of the 35 companies that flew in here today polluting 30 tons of CO2, the equivalent of the electric consumption of 20 households. And the truth is we could have flown here without emitting any CO2. How? Green hydrogen. So why did we do it? Are we evil? No, we're just rational. So the price of clean hydrogen is actually 4 times that of fossil fuel. even with today's oil prices, and yes, we are not able to electrogenous. We don't want to guilt you out of flying. We want to present you with a solution. So let them eat cake. I mean, sorry, planes, or trucks, buses, ships, almost everything. But let there also be returns. So hydrogen is produced through electrolysis. So we use electricity to break down water into oxygen and hydrogen. Hydrogen is stored and then can be used as a clean fuel. But it's so expensive. So we redesign it. Our product is 50% more efficient and 85% more active. And our manufacturing process is 17% more cheaper. We have 3 times less components, 2 times more automation, and 6 times less CapEx. In total, we plan to reduce by 90% the price of clean hydrogen by 2025. Still not convinced? Let me show you visually. So this is the stack, the heart of an electrolyzer. And after some redesigning, boom, oh, wait, not yet. Now, meet electrogenous. It's simpler, a much simpler technology. So less parts, less manufacturing, less cost. We also have boosting efficiencies through our proprietary non-metal platinum catalyst and also our ultrasonic excitation. So when do you come on board? We're building a 100 megawatt pilot plant, and we have enough research to finalize our component research, but yeah, we basically need to improve this production scalable continuous system. So will you come and fly with us? Thank you.
Well done. 2 minutes goes fast, doesn't it? Come on up, join Alfredo. Who's got the first question? Sebastian.
Thanks for the pitch. You mentioned a pilot plant. With whom you are building that? With who? With whom? Which?
So we're producing our own pilot plant.
It's our own pilot plant. Okay.
Yeah, and we're seeking $1 million to do that. Since we have like 3 times less CapEx, that would be actually doable. And since you're doing one part of the pitch, I didn't have time to say, I have to admit, is that the impact of just one pilot plant of 100 megawatts is the equivalent of 80,000 tons, so the equivalent of 600 stage 2 competitions.
All right, and there is also the second question really related to the competition. So the first electrolyzer plants are going live, and a lot of big corporates are investing a lot. How you will compete with them, and what is your plan there?
Yeah, great question. So because we have, yeah, okay, Augusto.
I was going to take this one, yeah. So the whole idea is that, like, because our electrolyzer is so much cheaper than everyone else's, especially in the manufacturing side of things, we don't really need like economies of scale to amortize the cost of the factories. So we're taking this pilot plant, which is 100 megawatts, to 200 megawatts, which is a very straightforward sort of like scaling. And then we want to build these 200 megawatt factories. So our competition is trying to do 1 gigawatt factories to amortize their costs, but we want to do multiple 200 megawatt factories that you'll be able to build in 6 months and in different locations to get a global impact pretty much immediately.
So he's the brain guy. I'm trying to be funny only.
Well done. What is the technology behind your product? Why can you offer the hydrogen so much cheaper than competing technologies?
I'll take a try at this one. So basically, there's 2 things here, right? There's at the unit level and at the production level. So the unit level, because we're using a proprietary catalyst that maintains the same activity as platinum-like, but like 40 times cheaper, we're able to reduce the cost, but also maintain activities, no? And because it's electroplated, we're able to introduce that into a production system, redesign the whole thing, so we have one continuous manufacturing plant from metal to electrode, instead of what we saw that was very, like a lot of parts that have to be produced separately, researched separately, and then put everything together, right? So we have more output, less CapEx, and also the same activities as our competitors. Actually, not our competitors, our platinum competitors, which are 4,000 times more expensive.
Quick question. Oh, yeah.
Sorry? Everything is patent protected? We actually filed some patents, and of course those take, well, okay, yeah. One of them is filed, the other one is working, and it takes a year to actually be granted. Thanks.
Do you have a quick question?
Just a very quick question, yeah. So thank you guys. You can see this is probably a very capital intensive project. What's the path to the pilot in terms of timelines?
Yeah. So I've been speaking to a couple of manufacturers for electroplating. I used to work in an electroplating facility, and really normally if you want something custom made, it takes around 6 months. Then the electrode itself, we want to do that through photochemical etching, which is a very flexible way of doing things, and also has a much reduced capex to other factories where they use stamping. So that would also take another 6 months to develop. And effectively, we could get all the machinery done for the plant in like 6 months once we have the funding.
6 months. Boom. There's your answer. We're done.
Thank you.
Well done. Let's give them a hand. Joachim, come on up. This very tall man is going to talk to you about Cellbricks. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Joe, and I'm Managing Director of Cellbricks. At Cellbricks, we replicate human tissue at scale. Humans are designed for a lifespan of about 60 years, but as we live longer, parts of the human body start to fail. So more than 2 million women are annually diagnosed with breast cancer and require a natural way for breast reconstruction to fully heal from battling the tumor. Replicating human tissue is very complex because human tissue is very complex. It's the product of millions of years of evolution. So you need to combine the different cell types of the human body with a cellular level precision, but at the speed and volume to create large implants. We have developed, patented, and mastered our light-based biofabrication technology. We take patient cells and recombinant vegan collagen bioinks and combine them in a light-based 3D bioprinting to create living tissues. We've printed numerous living tissues, ranging from vasculature to liver, cartilage, placenta, and tumor models. These models are being bought by pharma companies to develop new generations of safer and better drugs while reducing the need for animal testing. Now we go one step further and bring our solution into the clinic, to the patient. Our flagship product will be patient-derived, biofabricated living breast implants as a safer, more natural, and lifelong-lasting alternative to silicone implants. This is the first step towards a future where entire full-size organs are being biofabricated in every major hospital around the globe. We are a diverse, multidisciplinary team with years of experience in bioprinting, bioinks, and tissue engineering. We will create the first true global champion of biofabrication. Thank you for your questions.
Well done.
Thank you for the pitch. Question on my side is the path to commercialization. Can you speak a little bit more on that?
Yes, absolutely. So we university spin out from TU Berlin. So we did what many spin outs do. You start with a project business, and then the challenge is to very quickly go from a project business to a scalable business. So we've done projects in the past with Charité, Robert Koch Institute, pharma companies, and developed those published models. So we've sold it to them. Now we scale the platform, and as I said, the biofabrication of living tissues next to hospitals is the goal. So it's a pay-per-print solution where we provide living breast implants, but also tumor models or other tissue models to clinics.
How do you see global competition?
Good question. The race has started now. So the third wave of pharma and healthcare was cell and gene therapy, and we did good as Germany, as Europe with BioNTech. Now the race has started for the fourth wave, and the fourth wave is tissue regeneration, having replacement parts for the body. And the race is on. Our friends in Boston and in Israel, they have a head start. It's a slight head start. Finance-wise, technology-wise, not so much. And now is the time to really build the next true global champion, coming from Germany, from Europe, and then going all over the world.
Any other questions? Ulrich?
Yeah. What about the regulatory topics? FDA approval, CE mark, will you need that?
Absolutely. And regulation is key. The goal of regulation is to provide safety to the patient. So we take regulation very seriously. We engage very early on with the relevant stakeholders to find a pathway, because it's a novel, innovative solution which can provide great benefit to the patient. But of course, you need to have the regulatory pathway, and that's why we embrace early on with the key stakeholders to manage that in an efficient and fast way.
Back to the founder market fit question. Why are you, Joe, uniquely skilled to beat Boston, Israel, in winning this race of printing biocells?
Because we have amazing scientists here in our team. They're coming to Berlin, to Germany, to this ecosystem. And it's based on science. So you have a global pool of amazing scientists coming here in our company, and that's why we're set to beat those other restrictions, because basically the teams there are also as diverse as we are. So it's just they're in a different place because there's more money, but the teams are pretty much similar.
And that's all the time that we have. Joe, well done. Let's give it up. Aletta, come on over. You feel ready?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
All right,
Good
your
evening.
2 minutes starts now.
As you know, everybody struggled to maintain very efficient call centers. Just remind yourself the last experience of calling the call center. Customers are really frustrated with repeating questions, too long waiting lines and everything. And agents are frustrated at the same time. Why? Because they are pushed by the limits of the company. And what is the way to improve this? Is actually learn from the conversations between client and agent, coach, give feedback, and practice. So easy. No, it's not easy. 800 million of conversations are recorded every day in Europe for the purpose of quality control and training. Less than 2% of those are really tracked. Why? Because it's still manual. So there are people who listening to it, and they cannot manage the whole amount. That's why we created Turing. That's a platform that analyzes with AI all the conversations, voice conversations, chats, emails, and it finds everything in that conversations, providing company the best insight in real time to improve it. So revenue, churn, and customer satisfaction, that's exactly what we are focusing for the businesses. 20 times faster feedback and coaching possible with Turing. Capture, analyze, assess, coach, and measure. We have proven results with fintech company in Europe, mid-size, and we have competitors, of course, but we are really strong in Europe because we cover with our AI 24 languages, which are official European languages, and American companies, they are mainly working with English language. We are 3 founders, very great team. Sorry, my hair is different right now. Enterprise sales. CTO, who is AI researcher and contact center guru, he exited previous business, and AI researcher, the brightest one. Thank you very much. That's my time.
Woo. Well done. Don't go. Stay right here. Ulrich, first question.
First question is for me. Thanks for the presentation. How do you monetize?
Yes, we sell a SaaS subscription for companies based on the number of agents in their call center. So the more data we analyze, the more money we get.
What do you actually improve? Because in my understanding, the main problem why people get upset is because the problem why they are calling is not solved. So exactly. How do we improve the experience, and what do you improve?
Yes, exactly, because we are frustrated when our expectations are not met. That's customer experience. And with our platform, we improve customer experience by giving company understanding where they are lacking. So is it self-service problem? Is it a process problem? Is it product problem? All of those are going directly to those departments who are responsible for that. Is it IT? Is it product? Is it marketing? It goes straight forward.
Sarah.
Cool. Thank you for the pitch. Question, so this is an enterprise software solution. I'm imagining that there are relatively long sales cycles with this. Could you provide some insight maybe on that, and maybe some of the earlier customers that you have, if any?
Yes, we have at the moment 15 paying customers, 5 customers in 15, 1-5, yes. And yeah, they are financial institutions like banks, telco, insurance, and that's a long sales cycle. But our insights are coming in the company really fast because we already have pre-set up analytics for those industries, and it works better. If we go with, I don't know, BMW, who yesterday had a call with us, then that's a new for us, and it will take a little bit longer. But we expect like one month and a half, and they have their first insights already.
And there are a lot of NLP solutions out there already. So what makes your technology so unique?
Yes, thank you very much. I expected that. We are unique because we created our automated pipeline so our system can learn the more accurate transcription, the more accurate understanding of the content. That's our know-how that we want to patent with time. And also, because we do this in 24 languages, you would rather not find a system that can support that.
Any last questions? If not, well done.
Thank you very much. And
excellent.
Go to our website.
Emily, come on up. All right, from Ancora AI.
Hi.
Your 2 minutes starts now.
Perfect. So approximately half of us in this room will hear the words, "you have cancer," at some point in our lifetime. And if this happens to you or someone you love, of course, you'll want the best chance at survival as well as standard of life through your treatment. The good news is that medicine is evolving exponentially, especially in oncology. Treatments are becoming more personalized, and so if you or someone you love does get cancer, chances are your best chance at survival might be via something that's still in clinical trials or the research stage. The problem is most patients can't participate in research. It's almost impossible to find the right research opportunity at the right time. This is a problem for cancer patients who can't access innovation when they need it, but it's also a huge problem for the drug development industry. As you can see here, 80%, and actually this number is higher, 80% plus of trials are delayed due to challenges recruiting the right patients to do their research. This means that pharma companies face delays developing, launching, and marketing their products, which is hugely costly to them. Ancora AI allows for easy search for patients to find the right research opportunities. We do this via a tech-enabled platform that allows for real-time matching to the right opportunities via a patient-facing tool, a physician-facing platform, as well as an API that we offer. By improving the time to recruit a trial, we improve research timelines overall, which saves money for sponsors like pharma companies. We have, since launched in 2020, we've established partnerships with a number of organizations, including the American Cancer Society. We'll be launching a service with them shortly. We've deployed Ancora AI in the clinic, mainly with nurse users. And currently we have about 10K plus in revenue from patient referrals.
And we got to stop there, but maybe you'll finish the rest with the questions. Let's give her a hand. Well done. That was your 2 minutes. Valentin.
Thank you very much. I was wondering about the split of categories of cancer patients. How much of them are really open to maybe not that much known trials, or are they all open to trials, or how many do you actually can target for the platform?
Sure. So most patients today who hear about trials or are offered trials are in top academic medical centers where the doctors are super knowledgeable about trials. People aren't unwilling to participate if they're offered the right opportunity and can fully understand and be educated about why this might benefit them. So for example, traditional cancer therapies are things like radiation, chemotherapy. They have a huge amount of side effects, toxicities, affect people for the rest of their lives. So personalized medicine through trials can be really great because you avoid a lot of these side effects and target exactly the mutation driving the cancer.
And maybe a follow-up question on that. How often is the trial actually kind of a better option than the standardized process they go through?
So it depends on the exact therapeutic area, but if you look at an indication, for example, colorectal cancer, there are only about 2 standard of care lines of therapy. So if a patient fails 2 treatments, they have no options other than palliative care. So in a number of really high prevalence cancers like colorectal cancer, trials are really the best standard of care option for many patients.
Maybe another follow-on, and how do you reach all those patients? And how do you get them on the platform to kind of share the problem, the data, anything?
Yeah, so I think that's the biggest challenge in this area, of course. So we approach it in 3 different ways. We deploy in the clinic with nurses. Often doctors don't have time, so nurses can do the trial search using our technology for every patient that could benefit from a trial. We also deploy direct to patients because for a lot of patients, they're their own best advocate. So we have a public free website for them to do that. And we also work via API with digital health apps. So for example, a treatment or symptom tracking app, we can embed the technology there and people can look for trials directly.
Valentine's done with the grilling. Sarah.
Yes, question on your seed round of 3 million. How are you spending the money you're planning to?
So we're investing in the technology, expanding the tech team so we can deploy in additional clinical sites. We're also investing heavily in sales. So we've spent the last 2 years really focused on developing the product. We have a really strong product. We now have users as well. We have first revenue. And now to really commercialize, we need to go out and sell to pharma.
That's actually all the time that we have. So let's say thank you to Emily, Lisa. Come on. You ready? Your 2 minutes starts now.
To build a sustainable future, we need more efficient batteries, we need better medicines, and we need to optimize our agricultural practices. But these kind of challenges involve calculations far too complex for even a supercomputer to solve. We need a new approach. We need quantum computers. Now, this technology has a tremendous potential, but today they're similar to computers back in the 60s. They're not very useful to most of us, not yet. We're scaling, and we advance quantum computing through innovative hardware solutions. Now, right now, we need to scale up the processors and the computational power. And today, the hardware connecting the processor is a limiting factor. There's a lack of solutions on the market, forcing researchers to develop their own. And this is very difficult, and it results in systems that are error-prone with low performance. And that's why we developed Linker. It's a processor holder that connects up to 12 times more connections and larger processors than competitors. It's a validated patent-pending technology that stems from research at Chalmers University. And most importantly, it saves months or even years of development for our customers. And this is just our first product. We are expanding our offering through integrating even more components and functionalities. And we're targeting these for both academic and commercial actors. The market is nascent, but growing with over 50% per year. And we see Linker as the ticket to enter that market and grow alongside it. Behind this, we have a great founding team, combining rare expertise in microwave engineering and quantum physics, as well as business experience from several startups. We started the company just 6 months ago, and we've already launched a product and sold multiple units. We are looking for team members and investors, so reach out if you want to advance quantum computing with us. Thank you.
Excellent. Right on the money. Stay right there. Don't go anywhere. Isabel.
This is a super strong pitch. I'd like to do like a hypothetical where 10 years down the road, you actually didn't succeed and you failed, and you look back and you think of what are the top 2 reasons why you failed. What are they, and what are you doing now to mitigate those?
Great question. I think it's a lot about timing, and we're constantly keeping a close eye on what's happening in the research field and what commercial actors are doing to ensure that we develop solutions that are in line with their technology roadmaps. That would be my number 1, absolutely. Oh, 2, sorry. I guess the second one could probably be to attract talent. There is some scarce talent in the field, but we are building a presence in Gothenburg, which is really strong in both quantum computing and in microwave engineering, as well as a presence in Chicago that has a lot of those educations as well to ensure that we get the people that we need.
I guess your solution is for cryostat-based quantum computers. And
correct.
With what you're doing, you are somehow able to put more qubits into one cryostat. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're replacing the cabling, or what is it that you're doing?
Yes. So you can, very simply put, you can see it as the motherboard. So we're supplying everything that connects the processor to the rest of the quantum computer. And we're targeting superconducting quantum computers, so cryostat-based ones.
Okay. And Is it the cabling?
Yes,
it's microwave cable?
Yes, that's a part of it, yes.
Okay, and how many qubits can you put into one quantum computer with that?
So it depends on the processor. The validated prototype we have right now has 80 connections, and you roughly need 3 connections per qubit. And this design particularly, we can scale up to around 300 connections, or around 100 qubits. But we're already developing what we call Linker 2.0, which is for even larger scale systems.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Cool. Question on the go-to-market. What is your approach there, and who are you targeting?
So we're targeting both academic players, such as universities and research labs, as well as companies. But initially, we're using direct sales, utilizing the network that we have with the university and through our partners. But we're also already in discussion with different vendors who can offer our solution as a complement to the other components that they're selling to allow us to reach a much larger market.
I think that's all the time we have, so thank you so much. Well done. All right, jury, you've got an important decision to make. Out of each category, we gotta pick one. For you guys, let's do this real quick. Everybody sit in your chair, real comfortable. Put your back against the back of the chair. Can you put, I should stand and do this. Put your hands together, clasp them. Turn them around, give it a good stretch. Oh, I hear them popping. Oh, yeah. And everyone at the same time, we're going in that direction. Go, that way. No, that direction. Give it a good stretch. Yeah, otherwise you're gonna clash with each other. Now go this way. Good. Now take that wonderful neck of yours and give it a nice little spin. And go the other way. See these shoulders? Give them a little bit of a, nice little circle. Woo! Fabian. Actually, before Fabian, Maurice, come here. Yeah. Actually, we got 2 for 1. These guys, yeah, you should clap for them. For walking out. Well done for walking out. So, when I tried to give away a hoodie, only 1 man came. So, I now have chocolate. So for whoever comes and sits in these rows, in the next 60 seconds, you get chocolate. Go. 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54. Come to the front. 53, 52, 51. Come to the front. 2 rows. We got chocolate. Much better than hoodies. Come, come, come. Everybody's welcome. Come on. So chocolate works, hoodies don't. Got it. Logic. That's too far away. You gotta be right here in the front.
Each team got 1 hoodie actually.
Oh, is that right? Yeah. You all in Audrey got hoodies.
Yeah.
I thought I was giving away something special.
Ladies first.
Ladies first. All right, I'll bring more chocolate next time. Excellent. That was worth them coming out. See, you deserve your clap. That was fantastic. Yeah. I want to welcome up my friend Fabian. Can we get it up for Fabian? Come on. For those of you who do not know this amazing man, you might have heard his voice because he's got one of the top-ranked entrepreneurship business podcasts. He's interviewed hundreds. Rumors are it's in the 300s range. And also Forbes 30 under 30. It's called Unicorn Bakery. It used to be called what before?
Sorry?
What was the name of the podcast before?
Young Entrepreneurs Podcast, but just the German translation.
Nice. Fabian, for those who do not know, you live in Berlin. For those who came from outside Berlin, why is Berlin a cool startup ecosystem?
So at first I thought I don't have to live in Berlin. I'm originally from Bavaria, near Nuremberg. So it's not that I'm used to live in Berlin. I'm here for 5 years now, but I would say the most important part is because you can force serendipity here, because there are such events like this happening more often. You can meet the people, and then someone says, hey, are you at this event next week or tomorrow? And you say like, no. Okay, here's an invitation. And you're like, okay, cool. And then you meet 2 or 3 other people that you wanted to get to know for a long time, or just friends that you meet again, and then things get rolling. So that's, I would say,
the
most important part.
It's serendipity. I like that. That's a good word too. Fabian, you always bring amazing guests, and this is the first time we're doing this. We're doing a live podcast recording. So your background clapping and woo and no way, all of that will be in the podcast. And you always bring a special guest. So I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to say anything more. The stage is yours. The guest is yours. Can we give it up again for Fabian?
I would say 4 years ago, I would have dreamed of getting introduced by Dan. I met him at Bits and Pretzels as he was presenting there and hosting. So thanks, Dan. It's been a pleasure. Good to be on stage together. And my next guest, I would say, who knows the show, my next guest needs no introduction. I would say in the startup ecosystem, it should be that way. But sometimes his story is not as present as it should be because he's very focused on building his company. And my next guest is Ijad Madisch. He's the founder of ResearchGate. He has investors like Bill Gates, Peter Thiel with Founders Fund, Benchmark Capital, and many, many more. Built the leading science platform for researchers and social platform for researchers. And Ijad Madisch, welcome on stage. Is this already working? That's perfect. Hi, Ijad. Good to see you here. As I said, you have amazing investors. In my opinion, you should be more vocal about your story and more in building in public, like, let's say, talk to people about it. And I know you're getting better at it, but you're pretty much focused on building.
Yeah.
That's precise. So I already said that you are building a, let's say, social platform for scientists. You're revolutionizing how scientists are collaborating, and you have amazing investors. But besides that, what I really love about you as a founder, but also as a person, as a character, is that you are not only like focused on building and like fully focused there, but you're also keeping care of yourself, and you're training for volleyball, beach volleyball very often. You're reading books. You're like very, very good with time management. You're studying mathematics as well. So there's so many things. How do you keep up with all of that?
It's just a matter of good self-management at the end, right? So if you go work out, if you do sports, then just don't take your phone with you. If you read, put the phone somewhere else. It's always like focus and quality over quantity. This is how it works. And I have a very good assistant. She's organizing all the parts of my life, which I'm incapable of. Yeah.
So what habits would you say you can't live without?
Meditation in the morning. And the rest, honestly, is more like a fluid system. So even if it looks everything like being a robot and everything follows a very particular pattern, still there's a lot of fluid parts in it. And I think that is what the habit is, except that there is constant change in whatever you do. I think that's the most important habit. But meditation is a significant portion of getting to that mental state.
Let's go a bit to the beginning of the story with ResearchGate, because I'm pretty sure not everybody knows the founding story. So back then, what was the unique insight you had to say, okay, we're founding this, and why was this the thing that you wanted to focus on?
Yeah, so my background, I'm a medical doctor and a computer scientist. The one thing I realized in science is that we always talk about positive results, but we never talk about things which don't work. And I realized that, why are we not talking more constantly with other researchers in an easier fashion? This is now, I'm talking about 2007, 2008. And, then my best friend, who I did my PhD with, Søren, we were sitting in his very cold apartment. He always never used the radiator. And we were talking about how can we build something which connects researchers all around the world. And that is how it started. I needed to work as a doctor to make money. Convinced then, I was very lucky. I had someone taking care of me in the hospital. And then I decided to focus or to invest more time into ResearchGate and the idea. So I decided to go to the professor of that department and asking him for a part-time position. Unfortunately, Professor, I can mention his name now because we're good friends now. Professor Manz, who is now also the president of the Medical School of Hanover, wasn't very amused about my idea to get a part-time position as a MD in his department. So you start yelling at me, you know, you're 27, you're almost professor, why are you throwing away your academic career? Scientists are not social and they're not going to use your product. Get this bullshit out of your head. So then I stood up and then I said, okay, then I quit. And then I quit my job and started building up ResearchGate. Went back to the United States, called my professor in Harvard, asking him if he gives me a part-time position and the other 50% I would like to work on ResearchGate. And he was very supportive, said, yes, come over. I help you to get a visa. I even organize some space for you to work on ResearchGate, but also I'm going to invest money so you can pay for the service, which is a perfect example of culture in the US when it comes down to entrepreneurship versus culture in Germany when it comes down to entrepreneurship. One person says, get this bullshit out of your head. The other person says, come over, I invest money into you.
I have to follow up on this. So what would you say needs to happen with, let's say the academic route also supporting the entrepreneurial route in Germany, that this ecosystem makes more sense? And if people want to be fluid between those two, what has to happen?
So first of all, I think this is going to be a very long process. This is nothing which will happen overnight. Whatever strategy we come up with or whatever changes we want to start in that ecosystem, it will take some time. The one thing which is really important is also, I think, why those two universities who are organizing this event are a great example of that. Entrepreneurship has to be part of almost any study you have. It doesn't matter if you study engineering, if you study art and art, whatever. It needs to be, entrepreneurship needs to be something where you as a researcher / as a student need to get in touch with. And I think that has to change, that we don't think in entrepreneurship equals BWL in Germany. It's entrepreneurship is entrepreneurship. That's something different. And this is also one of the reasons why we in Germany have one now of the lowest founding of companies being founded ever in history right now. People are rather going to a bank or BMW and working for a safe job than rather saying I'm taking more risk and building something. But that type of thinking needs to go closer to the people who can change those industries, right? One quote from Matt Kohler, who is on my board of directors. Matt was a co-founder of LinkedIn and was the second employee at Facebook. He was the first investor of ResearchGate. He said, look, if I look at entrepreneurs, this is obviously 10 years ago, he said, if I look at entrepreneurs in Germany, they have all suits on. And if I look to the United States, they don't. Obviously, that's a very superficial comment, but what is behind that? He said most of the entrepreneurs in Germany, not anymore, but still, come from business schools. In the US, they come from those industries you want to change. And I think that is why it's important. We have to get entrepreneurship into any kind of study, and entrepreneurs should lecture those. Entrepreneurs who successfully and not successfully both should be presenting and should teach students about entrepreneurship.
Very important part, and it's happening in the US, but it's not happening in Germany that often. So I rarely have students and friends of me saying, hey, I learned from this entrepreneur right now. They always tell me, yeah, I had a professor in XYZ and he is just he did the academic route, which is like respectable. But if this person is then talking about entrepreneurship, it just has a different nuance. If the professor would bring in entrepreneurs from time to time, this also would make a good mix of lectures. But just focusing on this very strongly and strictly to the academic part is sometimes hard, but and this also leads to your hiring philosophy, which I found interesting when we first met, because I ask you, how hard is it to find great people in Germany that are adding value to ResearchGate? And you were like, it's not that easy. What do you mean by that?
So we have in Germany a little bit the history that we sell companies quite quickly, right? So we build something, and if you look at companies in the last decade, you're selling those companies quite quickly. So the experience you have, if you build a company and sell this after a couple of years, is obviously limited. So you are good in bringing something from 0 to 1, but you're maybe not so good bringing it from 1 to 100 conceptually. And that is something which we don't have that much experience in Germany. Also, we built a social network, obviously. Building a social network needs a lot of very specific thinking how to build a social network. It sounds always easy, right? But a social network starts to become valuable if people are in. But how do you do that if no one is there? And this knowledge is luckily now in one German company, which is ResearchGate, but all the other big social networks are outside of Germany or outside of Europe, to be honest. And that is something, this type of knowledge we have to get this more into Europe, to have the ability to hire people who then also really help you to build the company you want to build. It always has to be a mix between inexperienced and experienced people. That's the only way. The golden rule for me is either the CEO is very, very experienced and he has people under him or under her who can learn from the CEO, or it has to be the other way around. A CEO like me who is inexperienced but have people under me who are way more experienced and have done it before. One very good comment from one of my board members said once, Ijad, you need people who've done it before and who are operationally strong. We are falling into we all have the tendency to, even if you don't want, to work with people who are like you. Every time if someone is not like you, you have the feeling of, this person is different, he or she doesn't know what he or she is doing, I need to look for someone else. But in order to really create something unique, you need a diverse group of people. However, most people don't want diverse group because a diverse group is a diverse thinking, and diverse thinking is not easy. So you have to actively foster a culture of diversity in both, in thinking and working and accepting disagreements, which is very, very hard for us as human beings, right? Because historically we are in the woods and we want to work as a community. If someone says no to someone, the likelihood that you will survive is very small, and that's ingrained in our brains. So we have to fight this very actively to be different, and that is, in my opinion, the magic. If you are successful in creating a diverse team and nurturing the diversity, then this will lead to success.
So I think this sounds a lot like managing biases and being aware of them and trying to not fall for them. So how do you also constantly reflect on them and also try not to fall for them?
The sad part is if you, as more successful you get, as less people will tell you the truth. You have to accept that. I have been talking to a lot of founders who are like, no, I have always these feedback sessions and they're all very honest. I said, no, they're not. Because people don't tell you anymore the truth. So that's the first thing. How you do that is by having people around you where you think they tell you the truth, at least a little bit, let's say 10%. And then you take this 10% and you add 150% in strength, and then you know what the problem is, and you ask actively for feedback when you work with people. And so I'm lucky that I have people around me who hopefully telling me all the time the truth and giving me directly feedback. That's the best way to learn. Second best way is academia. Third best way is reading. I think a combination of all these three will help you to start to reflect, and you should never stop learning. That's my philosophy. I always love to learn new things, which then makes you more humble and see the shortcomings you have. And as you mentioned, I'm playing beach volleyball, which I started 7 years ago as a total newbie. So I never played volleyball or beach volleyball before, and I said I want to become one of the best players in Germany. Obviously, I didn't achieve that, but I made it into the top 100 list in Germany. And what happened in beach volleyball is that I started to see my shortcomings about receiving feedback through my coach. And he didn't care who I am. He said, what the fuck? It's just like, it's wrong what you're doing. And I was like, no, it's not. No, it does. Like, trust me. So you learn in other areas about yourself if you start to listen properly.
That's something I think more people should be aware of. How often, back to the beginning, but how often did people tell you that you're crazy, that you're pursuing this route? You talked about your professor, but maybe it's good to dig deeper into that.
Yeah. Obviously, my parents immigrated from Syria. They were hoping that her son, or their son, after studying medicine and being at Harvard, pursuing his career in science or in medicine/academia, they were a little bit nervous about my decision not to continue that. It's generally, I just met some friends in school, and they said to me, look, even if you don't believe this, but we were seeing that you will do something big in the future. And I always was talking like that from even in school, right? Some of the stories are funny. Even when I was young, I gave speeches in front of an empty window looking down to the street, and my mother came in, what are you doing? I'm giving speeches. Why? Yeah, one day it will be important to give speeches because people will listen to me. So yeah, I have some megalomania, maybe a little bit, some of that is in me. But this is something where a lot of people said it's a good mix of coming back to Earth, but also then believing in a better future. I had a very funny example just like a week ago where someone from a publisher talked about my mantra, and I said, I can get everything done what I want. This is what I said. And now a German guy replied then, this from the publisher, said to me, you maybe better to say you get more than you think done. And in the moment I was like, yeah, that's maybe a better sentence to say if you think about my mantra. But then I went back to home and said, no, that's exactly the problem in Germany. That if you want to reach 100, you should aim for 100, even if you only reach 70. But if you're already reducing your goal to 70, because you say, it's only 70, it's more realistic, you will reach 50. And that is a typical thing where I always try to reach the maximum, even if I'm not going. I know I won't be, but I'm getting closer to the maximum if I put the maximum as my goal.
Then we're talking about entrepreneurship and building startups and aiming for the maximum, but entrepreneurship isn't easy, and entrepreneurship has hard truths throughout the time. So a question that interests me, where I think on LinkedIn it says you started in 2007, but then in 2010, 2011 you raised money, and so it went from there. But how often did you think, okay, we will go bankrupt?
And it's not only about thinking, right? It's also looking at your bank account and realizing it might happen in the next couple of weeks. It happened quite often, honestly, and it's always in different stages. The one thing which you have to accept is that this whole path you're on is very, very fragile. And it's fine, you have to love the fragility. The one thing which I find interesting, if you think about this path and the idea of that things are not going as you would like them to go, is always thinking about what's the worst case which could happen, right? Am I going to die? No. Okay, that's fine. And then you start to be more relaxed if you think about the most extreme thing. I'm lucky that I had an amazing team around me who always took a lot of weight off my shoulders and the other way around. And I think the biggest and hardest moment was turning ResearchGate from an entrepreneurial-led organization to a more professionally managed enterprise. This is something which, as an entrepreneur, is the hardest part. Like all the stuff you did in the beginning with your founders, your co-founders, is all funny and it all works. But if you're now at the stage where you have to build a real company with like more people, reporting lines, all this, if you don't realize that you have to grow and you have to do the next step and turn this company into a professionally managed enterprise, then you will fail. And we had those moments where I needed to grow significantly faster in order to allow the company to succeed. And this is always the acceptance of the growth. You have to be somehow ahead of the curve, even if you don't know what the curve is. So that's why it's so important to have people around you who have seen this before, even if you don't understand them. That's one of the things I learned. If I don't understand people, I start to listen even closer. And even if you don't understand them now, in a couple of years, when that moment happens, you will understand them. And then it's important that you don't you just make the mistake again, but you really say, this is what Matt meant. This is what Luke meant. You know, my second investor is Luke Nosek, first investor of SpaceX and co-founder of PayPal. He obviously had also a lot of good experience, and he helped me to also, every time, telling me things which I didn't understand, and a couple of years later I start to understand. And I think that is what you somehow have to try to find people who have been there before, but also accept and be good in saying goodbye to people, which is fine. Yeah.
Adding the question I wanted to ask a bit later, but which role did mentors play in your life? And when did it start? And do you still have mentors? So how is it playing out?
Yes, I have a lot of mentors. And honestly, you can learn from everyone in the world if you look. If you open up yourself and look close enough, you learn from everyone. Everyone has something for you to learn or to teach you. Obviously, I started with my parents, then my best friends. Look, my two co-founders are my best friends. One I met, Sören, I met in neuroanatomy when I was cutting a brain, and I was his tutor. And Horst is a very good friend of one of my friends I studied computer science with. So it's always very good friends who you learn most from. Then, my doctor father, the PI who I did my PhD thesis, then the PI in the US when I went to the US. You can continue. And then obviously the very significant influences were Matt Kohler, who, as I said before, was working for Benchmark and was a co-founder of LinkedIn and early employee at Facebook. And then Luke, Ben Boyer, is all investors. But then also you realize at one point you need a different angle again. So don't stay too long, even if they're like very successful. There are other people you can learn from, and you have to quickly learn what I can learn from that person and what can I learn from other people. I also work with psychologists as well. Like having sessions is very helpful. We're all crazy, right? And we should find out what part of us is crazy. It's very important just to listen more.
Do you ever, or did it ever change from I want to learn more, need to learn more, to okay, now I think I figured it out? Does it ever change? Like the feeling of being a founder, does it ever change to like, I think I figured it out?
There's a feeling sometimes when you figure something out and now you have to turn the organization into that direction. That is where I'm very, very impatient. But it's stupid to be impatient because they also have to go on this journey. Your organization has to go on the same journey as you. It takes some time. Change management then. How do you change a company from A to B? How do you do that? So I have those moments, but then I realize, and that's what I don't like if things are going well, to be honest. This is why I try to always have controlled disruption within my own organization. I call this controlled disruption of my own organization, of our organization. So don't be happy with the status quo. That's the worst thing. I don't like if all the numbers are going up, I'm nervous. So then I try to create a controlled disruption within the organization to get the people a little bit alerted again. Every time, I've seen this, when we hit viral growth in 14, 15, the growth almost destroyed us. We were not ready for that growth. That's also what no one prepares you in entrepreneurship for, is success. Everyone prepares you for failure. Like everyone talks about, oh, it doesn't work, and then you do this, you can do it. But who prepares you for success? And our success almost killed the company. And that is something which very hard to teach, but you need people around you to help you to continue to learn and to listen.
I want to bring in a different topic now, because and we go a bit about fundraising, like what is it about when you actually have the idea and you want to talk to investors. And I told you that I haven't said you something, and I'm doing it now. I'm officially part of the Cherry Ventures team now, not full-time, just more in a part-time position, but therefore I'm a newbie to the VC world now. I know a few founders through the podcast, and so the question is, what can I learn from the unwritten truths that you learned throughout fundraising, and also what can the audience learn from these unwritten truths? And how do they differ from Germany to the US maybe as well?
Oh yeah. Where do I start and where do I end? Let me just think for a second. We always talk about that we need more entrepreneurs in Germany, right? But you also need the investors who believe in those entrepreneurs and not investing into the next market for XYZ, online market for XYZ, where we are unfortunately world champions in Germany. In order to do that, you need investors who accept that 9 of 10 of my investments might fail, but there will be this one thing which will be very, very successful. We don't have, in Germany, it's getting better, but I still think we are far away from what we had in the US, which is they're accepting, like I was pitching the idea of ResearchGate to many, many German investors. And it's ironic to some degree that in a very, very late stage round, a German investor joined. At least that, you can be happy that someone joined. But all my other investors is, it's Benchmark, Founders Fund, Thrive Capital, Excel, Bill Gates, Tenaya. It's like Ashton Kutcher. You have like a list, it's all US. There's nothing which is in Europe. And I think the idea of understanding, okay, if you want to change something, I need to invest into those ideas which really have kind of big impact. And 12 years ago when we started, there were not a lot of investors saying, oh, I want to invest into a company which can make money but also has a positive impact on the society. Now this is the standard thing everyone wants, but most of you look at the really at the companies, you think, okay, that's more story washing here than anything else. So what we need in Germany is we have to accept that investors will fail dramatically with investing. We have to accept that fact and more, and rather going the safe way and investing into something which has a relatively secure future or safe future versus, oh, I'm investing into this thing, and yeah, if this thing wins, it's a big thing. If it loses, it's fine. It starts also with the investors. So it's a chicken egg problem. It's not only the entrepreneurs, it's also the investors. So we keep the good, or not the good is a shit word. We keep the entrepreneurs who are trying it in Germany or in Europe at least, and not them thinking about going back or going to the US. Like we had that moment where we decided to go to Germany and not go into the Valley, which again was a not easy decision, and it was not an easy path, but I'm happy that we did it.
I wanted to say, you found your investor in the US, and then now you're headquartered in Berlin, like let's say 15 minutes by bike from here, if you get the green light. But so why did you come here when you found your first larger investors in the US?
To be honest, the US investors, especially Benchmark and Founders Fund, they did not, ResearchGate was their first investment in Germany. Bill Gates we were the first tech investment ever from Bill, also in Germany or even worldwide. So we were quite we're lucky that we have this group of people investing into Germany because they're believing in the idea and the team who's trying to build it. I remember talking to Matt Kohler after he decided to invest, where to move the company to. And he said, look, you are right now in Boston, but Boston is a shit place to build a tech startup. Quoting him, you either come to San Francisco and I help you here to build the company, or you go back to Germany, Berlin, and become the coolest company in Germany. So we decided for Berlin. I went back. Honestly, also the reason was that I wanted to come back to Germany as a country. I like Germany as a country. I'm very happy that I can be in Germany. It's a great country, and I knew there are a lot of positive traits which Germans have. Or people here in Germany have, which is, it's a word which has been used a lot, but discipline. It's there, right? If someone says A, it's going to happen A. In the US, A, oh yeah, let's see. Maybe B or C, maybe in 10 years. In Germany, there are things, and if you give them the story, if you give them the path to, hey, you can change something here in the world, then we have an advantage here. And we were lucky enough to prove it. We won against all the US competitors who all got more and earlier money than us. But then obviously when we started with Benchmark, things turned around quickly. But yeah, the German market wasn't easy. We were lucky again that StudiVZ, I'm not sure if you know this was the German Facebook at the time. They bankrupted, or it didn't go so well. We hired a lot of people from StudiVZ. So we had people who built social networks. So we were lucky, a lot of engineering people, designer, product people who then came from StudiVZ to ResearchGate. So yeah, we used it in the best way. Is it now the best place to build a company like ours into the next stage and going to the next growth phase? Maybe not, because the experience is missing. Luckily, we have a distributed world now in terms of work, so you can hire anywhere now, but still something you have to keep in mind that as closer the time zones, as better is also the productivity. So yeah, I would say we were lucky to do what we have done in Berlin, Germany.
Given what we talked about, it would be easy as a founder to say, yeah, I just don't get an investment because VCs in Germany are a bit risk averse and I just need to go somewhere else. What does it actually mean if I, as a founder, don't get funding right now? Do I have to move to the US? Do I have to talk to different investors? Is my idea not good enough? So how do I evaluate where I'm standing in all this? Because just taking the easy way out and saying, yeah, these investors just don't understand it is also maybe not the answer.
You have to constantly talk to investors. One will be the person who will say that's the right thing to do, or that's a good thing to do. I'm also honest, right? If a German investor would have invested in my company early stage, I don't think I would sit now here next to you. I think the company would be dead.
What made the work with Benchmark so special? Because it was Benchmark who was like the first, or Matt Kohler, who was the first person like really believing in it, and for a long time. So therefore, just context, because we covered it slightly, but yeah.
Yeah, so I was talking to a lot of investors at the time, and most of the investors were thinking about, or asking me after a couple of slides, saying, look, how do you want to make money with ResearchGate? And I always said, this is the wrong question. The better question is, how do we build a product where we connect all the researchers in the world who don't want to use a product like that? That's the way harder topic. And most people were saying, this is not a company which can make money in the future, and science is not that important, it's just a small group of people. So then I met Matt Kohler, and one thing I don't do, now I do it a little bit more, but I didn't do it for a very long time. I never Google people, I never search for them when I meet them. The advantage of doing this is if you Google people, the one thing which happens with you is you're biased. You really want that person, or you really don't want that person. Your storyline is changing because you think, he knows this, maybe I should change the storyline to this or to that. So then I went to the meeting, I didn't know who Matt was. So Matt was introduced to me by a friend of a friend. So I met him, and after a couple of slides, he said to me, Ijad, what's your personal goal with ResearchGate? Why are you doing all this? And I said, look, I want to win the Nobel Prize. And I meant it. And he was like, wow, I never heard that before. And I'm excited to tell you that I'm quite interested. Let's maybe meet next Tuesday to our partners meeting at Benchmark. And I was like, partners meeting, I have a girlfriend, I'm not sure. So I said, no, I might not come. So I said no to the partners meeting. So I left the meeting. Again, I didn't understand the business world, I didn't understand VCs, I didn't understand what a partners meeting is, I didn't know who he was, I didn't know who Benchmark was. So then I called my best friend, who is like a business guy from Boston and working at the Harvard Business School. And I was calling him and I said, hey, Carl, I just met this guy. His name is like Matt, Co. And he was like, Matt Kohler. I said, yes. He works for Bunch. I said, Benchmark. Yes, exactly. And he's like, you kidding me? I said, no, why? Yeah, man, you don't know this guy? I said, no. So I would pay you now immediately $50,000 if you give me an intro to this guy. Even if I don't know he wants to meet me, I would give you that money. It's like, okay, who is he? And yeah, so he told me then, he was co-founder of LinkedIn, second employee at Facebook, youngest partner at Benchmark, now Benchmark Capital, early investor eBay, early investor Uber, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I was like, oh, maybe I should go to the partners meeting. So he explained to me what a partners meeting is. And then I changed my mind and went to the partners meeting the Tuesday after. And again, I was not prepared to talk about monetization. I was talking about the vision. So I came into the meeting room and then I knew that, like, of course you have concepts in your head how you can make money, but it's way harder to build a product which people really use as a first step. And then later on you have to think how you monetize, which is a product on its own. Yeah, and then I went into the room and there were all these partners. And then Bill Gurley, maybe you have heard this name, I didn't know him neither before, but he was a co-founder of Benchmark. After like 10 minutes, he asked me like, how much do you pay for a user signing up to your service? And I was like, I don't understand that question. And I was like, I looked at Matt, I was like, I don't know what does he mean? And I said, I don't understand the question, can you repeat? And he said, how much do you pay for each user signing up to your service? And again, I didn't get it. I was like, what do you mean with paying? And then he was doing like this to me, 0? Yes, 0. And I know after, like Matt told me later, that this was the moment when the partnership decided to invest because everything we built was product-led, the growth was product-led. Yeah, and then we decided, after talking to Matt for a very long time, to move the company to Berlin. And working with him was, I think, the blessing. He's so humble, he would never say that. But without him, no chance that I would sit now here, no chance. And then with all the people after him followed him, were all people he knew who are great people who bring the special sauce to the table, which with Luke Nosek, Bill Gates, Ben Boyer, Joshua Kushner, Ashton Kutcher, I can like Goldman, I can just continue. It's an amazing investor base. And that is what I have seen. I've advised, I think, 2 founders in my career. I usually don't do it. I've done it, no, once, just once. Just done once. And that person took a wrong investor. And unfortunately, the company was sold for okay money, but this could have been a very big company in Germany, but unfortunately with the wrong investor, it didn't work. And that is what, as a founder, you really have to look for the right one, and one day you will find that person.
So in German tradition, as I heard, I have to ask, is it possible to earn some money with the model?
Sorry?
Is it possible to earn some money with the model?
Yes, we had even profit last year. And I didn't know that we had profit after someone looking at the P&L was like, hey, you're profitable. I said, oh, good to know. You should know your numbers as a CEO. Yeah, you can make money.
Last question I have, because we have like 3 more minutes and I'm sure we will dig deeper a bit into it. You're very focused on being the best version of yourself, and therefore I'm very interested in how do you, like, I know you're thinking in frameworks quite often, so and structured processes, so everything has structure in Ijad's life, most often. Not everything, that's hard to say, but so how do you approach self-development? How do you push yourself to always move towards being the best version of yourself?
So So I always do things which are very uncomfortable to me. So I'm going, as an example, I'm meeting my old Latin teacher from school once per quarter to do Latin with him. And you won't believe what happens if you do that. I'm sitting there with my Latin teacher, and then I'm translating something in front of him, and then I say, I'm translating, Cicero would, and then he corrects me, will, not would. I say, oh yeah, I meant will. It's like in school, ich meinte das, right? No, there's no meant. Like you say what you think, right? And those are the moments where you're learning. And I was like, wow, this is how I was when I was like 12, 13. So doing things which really, really makes you feel uncomfortable, but always the balance between, it doesn't have to be too uncomfortable because then it's not fun, but it's not too easy. And that's where I try to do things which are not so close to what I'm doing daily. So philosophy, reading books, any kind of science books. Again, I'm going once per quarter to my Latin teacher and translating Latin text into German. I do sports. Yeah, it's tough. How much of this is something? How much of this is something you should do because everyone is different? But I think some structure, some more and some less, are better for innovative thinking. Structure is not so good. This happens usually when I go. Like now, I went to Austria for hiking. Then you don't think. Basically, you just try to survive, and then later on you think, wow, I now feel way more refreshed. So, and then you can start to think
until
again.
You start walking some stairs downstairs.
Yes, I cannot walk right now. It's really bad. It's I overestimated my skills. Yeah, it is. Don't accept the status quo. I think that's what I'm a big fan of. With yourself, with the people around you, with the company, the sports, the reading, all that stuff you do.
I think that definitely stands for itself. So, Ijad, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for joining. Thanks, Stage 2, for having us. It's been a pleasure, and
thank you.
We'll definitely follow what ResearchGate is doing in the next months and years. And thanks to everyone in the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well done. So, we've got a real amazing treat, something you would not expect from a conference like this. Something a little bit raunchy. Do you know this word, raunchy? Like inappropriate. And a person who is a staple of the Berlin ecosystem. He is awesome. He is going to entertain you. He's going to be funny. But I just want to check, because I'm just wondering, I actually thought the average age of this conference would be younger. I think this year we're a little bit older. So if I said, everybody. Oh, okay, so that's the age group that's here. I get it, okay. Hit me, baby. Okay, cool. I was wondering, what's the age group? You know, are we doing Billie Eilish, or are we doing, okay, now I know what's in the room. Real quick, back row. Question, what is 7 times 4? Because back row never pays attention, so I'm just seeing. Back row, 7 times 4. I need someone to tell me. Back row, though. Who's on the back row? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in the back row. One of you. Not bad, not bad. Here, let's see if I can throw this all the way to the back. You ready? This is for you, for saying 28. Oh, it's close, it was close. It was a close throw. It was a close throw. What is the best co-working space in Aachen? Someone said DigiHub. You were slow. Collective Incubator. Would you like some chocolate? Here we go, Johannes. Oh, good catch. Well done, well done. Well done. What is the best startup ecosystem outside of Berlin to build a business? Go on, pitch to us. Who wants to give an answer? All right, you were the loudest. What did you say? Where? In Estonia. I do love Estonia. I was there for the first time. Why is it the best startup ecosystem? You have to Google this. Oh, most number of billionaires? Or millionaires? Billionaires. Oh, unicorns. That is right. I have heard about Estonia having a lot of unicorns. Nice. Do you want some chocolate? Absolutely. Okay. I wonder how much more chocolate I have. Here we go. Nice. Yeah, we can clap for him. We can clap for him. I need someone to tell me if you could restart your life and be anything besides an entrepreneur, what would you be and why? One person. What would you be and why? I know for me, super easy. I would be a wild animal orphanage holder and protector. I would have like 25 lions and leopards and cheetahs. I'd be living in Mozambique, and that's what I'd be doing. Easiest answer ever. Best thing to do. I need someone to relive their life. Go on. This is what we call in the professional industry stalling for time. That is what I am doing, is stalling while we wait for a few more people to come in. Yes? Who had an answer?
A singer.
You want to be a singer? Can you give us a little something? Come on, a little something. A little something. A little. Tomorrow maybe, or tonight. Tonight after a few more drinks, maybe. I bet you're a good singer too. You seem like it. Here we go. Watch your head. Nice. Good catch. Paying attention. Excellent. So a singer. That is really cool. I wonder if we have a few more people coming in. If you are, come real fast and fill in. We have a really, really cool treat. I really like this guy. My mom thinks he's the funniest person after me. So that's, she's Ramamurthy, so my full name is Daniel Ramamurthy. No one can say that, so I just go by Dan Ram for short. But this next gentleman, this next comedian, pitch coach, this phenomenal human being who's so funny but has terrible fashion sense, he is Ramamurthy approved. We love his content at home. We actually have watched his content together as a family. I've seen him for years going around making a mockery, but also pitching this amazing city to people. He is, in many ways, the face and body of Berlin. And you're like, who is this guy? Well, with no further ado, he is known fondly, belovedly by everybody as the pitch doctor. Please give it up for the remarkable, incredible, look at him getting ready, it's Christoph!
Couldn't have said it better myself. Thanks for the love. I was asked this recently. Christoph, can you pitch Berlin again at stage 2 by the really important, the big cats here, right? And they asked me, and I said, me? Why me? Why is it me that has to do that? Because I'm just the pitch doctor, right? I help startups and corporate entrepreneurs pitch better. What do I have to do with Berlin? But then I remembered, I have a ton to do with Berlin. And I want to tell you a little bit about how that happened. Because today I want to tell you the story of my amazing, famous, fabulous Berlin pitch. How did I get into this shit? That's one of the questions we want to answer. Does the Berlin pitch still work? Is Berlin still the place to be? And then also, how scary are all of my predictions? Because I tend to make terrible predictions. You should basically just run. If I predict anything today, it's going to be messy. How messy can it be? You can look this up. It's on YouTube. Dan Ram was famously involved because it was a conference he moderated. I did an entire pitch on how 2020 was going to be the best year ever. This is like a full 15 minutes on the internet. I did this in 2018 at Bits and Pretzels. It is this type of prediction. That's what we're talking about. Now, first I want to tell you how I ended up being what Dan Ram called the face of the Berlin startup scene. But for me, what it really is, it's a freaking unpaid job that I have next to my own job that I have to walk around and tell people how amazing Berlin is for startups. And there is people in Berlin that get paid to do that, and they love how I do it without getting paid. So this is the story. It's 2016. All is completely fine in the White House. There's no issues whatsoever. SpaceX has just landed their Falcon 9 rocket for the first time, and young people actually know what Facebook is. Okay, so that's the situation we're in. At that point, I get an email, and I get an email asking me if I want to present and pitch Berlin at a conference in Barcelona 4 years from now. And I have very simple rules in my life, and one is if it involves a trip to Barcelona, I always say yes. Okay, that's a very simple rule for me, has worked for me many times. So there was a little bit back and forth, and then on January 28th, I got the confirmation, okay? Christoph, you're gonna present Berlin. There's 10 cities, you're the person that's presenting Berlin. And I was stoked. And why was I stoked? Because I'm pretty Berlin, I think. I was born here, 1980, okay? Importantly, West Berlin. Now, for those of you that are not familiar with that, that's a really important distinction. So I was a Wessi. Do you have a Berlin dictionary with you? If you're visiting Berlin, you should always bring it. A Wessi is somebody who was born in West Berlin. And I'm also married to a woman from East Berlin. So we call her an Ossi, okay? But we don't do it to her face because she doesn't like it. I don't mind being called a Wessi, but she doesn't like it. So we got married, so I have sort of the history of the city in my family. And at the time when I got this email, we actually had what we called our unification baby. Back then she was like 2 or whatever. Now she's 7 and really annoying, but that's a different story. So that's one part why I was excited, because I love representing Berlin, because I think it's sort of, that's who I am. But then there was also the other side, because they asked me to pitch Berlin. And at the time, I'd already been the pitch doctor for 4 years. So this is actually me back then. If you can see sort of the differences, the similarities, some things change, others don't. So I'd been the pitch doctor for quite a while, but I'd also been a part of the Berlin startup ecosystem for already 8 years at that time. So I'd worked in startups, consulted for startups, done all sorts of things. So I was like, I'm the perfect person to pitch Berlin at this conference. This is gonna be fucking great. This is me, January 28th. I'm super stoked. Now, fast forward 3 weeks to February 21st, I have nothing. I have nothing. I have no clue how I'm going to do this. I don't have a pitch. I don't have a presentation. I don't have an angle. I don't have an idea. The problem with this is that for the next day, I had booked my EasyJet flight to Barcelona. And I told you about my simple rules. Like, I love Barcelona. So I had said, I need to finish this bloody presentation before I get on the plane, because otherwise I'm going to waste my time in Barcelona building PowerPoint instead of chilling out in the city. Unfortunately, that evening, I was sitting there, I was trying to build the presentation. I had a couple of small ideas, but nothing fit. I didn't have the overarching idea. So at 4 a.m., I was like, screw it. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Just get on the plane, build the presentation in Barcelona. Don't see the city, sit in your hotel room and build the presentation. Now, I get up from my desk to brush my teeth. So this is what I was gonna do. Not actually me. But at that moment, when I'm brushing my teeth, I'm thinking, why don't I just do what I'm actually good at, what my job is? I'm the pitch doctor. Why don't I just do a startup pitch? Why don't I just pretend that my startup is the city of Berlin, and I just do a standard startup pitch? I start with a problem, I talk about the solution, I talk about the product, all these things, business model. So that was the idea, and that's when I realized, now I have something. So I quickly wrote down some ideas. It was 4 a.m., I was a little tired, the flight was 9:45. I wrote everything down, got onto the stupid EasyJet, and in the EasyJet, with my laptop on my lap, where it belongs, I was like building the presentation, landed in Barcelona, had most of it done, went to this beautiful cafe, had awesome food, and finished the first version of the Berlin pitch. And I finished it, and the next day I did it, and that's how I became the CEO of the amazing startup Berlin. So that's what I called myself. I was like, okay, this is how I'm gonna play this. This is my startup, and I pitch it as such. Now, the problem is, if you look at me there, and I mean, look at me here, do I represent Berlin the way I look? I look a little too fancy, right? Don't you think so? A little bit too fancy, like the fancy Adidas jackets, stuff like that. So I had to figure out, as my personality of the CEO of the startup Berlin, what should I look like? And I came up with this look, because I think this represents Berlin a lot better. Now, I didn't do this at the original pitch in Barcelona, but a couple of weeks later, I figured out this outfit, and I was like, okay, this is perfect, this is gonna work. This picture is me outside on Brunnenstraße in Berlin. And if you know Brunnenstraße, the area, you know that I did not look out of place at all. Nobody batted an eye. Everybody's like, yeah, cool, you're just hanging out, you're dressed like everybody else. So that was perfect. And now that you see the pictures, I feel like you deserve me representing Berlin properly, I think, here today as well. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah? Okay, let's do this. Because thankfully, I am prepared for this. Maybe my assistant, give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Are you taking your trousers off?
What am I wearing? Am I wearing pants? No, it's happening, okay? First row, it was your mistake. Why did you sit in the first row? Nobody asked you to do this, okay?
Block.
Okay, shoes come off.
Okay, I'm just gonna block private parts.
Yeah, that's okay. The hat's coming on, the pants are going. Thank you, thank you. Now I would need that. Thank you. Okay, I think this is it. And now please my Adidas slippers. Thank you, thank you. And I think I'm good to go. I think that's it, right? I did it. Do I look Berlin now? Not as fancy anymore as before. Now I look proper Berlin. So I think that's excellent. And I think that's the mindset that I need to tell you this story, okay? So first up, what did the Barcelona pitch happen to be? I started like this. I said, my new startup, Berlin, startup home as a service. I went briefly into the other cities. That was the 9 cities that were also pitching there. And I compared, okay? And I said stuff like, in London, you pay $15 for a glass of water, and then in Berlin, you get this for $15. Haha. No, more like 11. And this is obviously the first point where I have to say, that's not really true anymore, right? I mean, Berlin prices have gone up quite a lot. Apartments have gotten more expensive. So the entire we're super cheap thing doesn't really work anymore. And then there was a couple other things where I said in London there's good jobs, so people don't have to work in your shitty little startup, they can work in a bank. Then in places like Barcelona there's distractions, you go to the beach. Cities like Paris are way too pretty, and generally it's way too sunny. And in Amsterdam there's other distractions that we don't even have to talk about. And then in Milan you have a ton of pressure to dress up and look amazing, and I mean that's not what we want as startup founders. Just look at me. So my solution was very simple. I have this Berlin startup home as a service. Berlin, where dressing up is not an issue and not expected, generally. Berlin, where too pretty is not a problem. Berlin, where too sunny is also not a problem. Berlin, where we don't have any good jobs, and there's certainly no distractions around Berlin. Which gives you focus. And focus is the thing that you actually need as a startup, right? Then I went into a little bit why Berlin was a very creative city, and we'd always come up with like innovative ideas and solutions to problems. But then I was also very open because I didn't want to like lie to people. So I said Berlin is not perfect. We have this airport situation, right? Our airport was supposed to open in 2007. It didn't, and then it was 12, 15, and now, and this is 2016, me talking, it's supposed to open in 2018. And then I did something that was really smart because I put a big question mark behind it because I didn't believe it when I said it. So here you can tell, sometimes I have great predictions. Sometimes I just know what happens. So this was the original Barcelona-Berlin pitch. I ended it with this. Everybody loved it. Everybody's like, this is so amazing. Are you really German? Because you made jokes, and we don't know that German people make jokes. So it was great. Which leads me to chapter 2, the aftermath of that. So what happened was, I told a friend of mine, I'm doing this Berlin presentation, can you maybe film it? And basically the idea was I wanted to maybe show it to my wife or whatever, and he filmed it. What he also did, without me knowing, was he put it on the frickin' internet. He put it on YouTube. Now, if you look at this screenshot, it's super low res. You would think he filmed it with like a 1997 Nokia whatever phone. He had a brand new iPhone, and he filmed it in like great resolution, but then being the idiot, oh, his name is on there. He's a great guy. He uploaded it using not Wi-Fi in his hotel, but mobile data. So with that, his iPhone automatically made it like whatever, 180p or whatever this is. But still, the video, and then he posted it. He posted it on Facebook. Do you remember the times when you could post a link on Facebook and people would actually see it? He posted the YouTube link on Facebook. People saw it, and it racked up a lot of views. He came to me the next morning, and he said, Christoph, I uploaded your video yesterday to YouTube. I put it on my Facebook. Oh, it already has 10,000 views. So I was like, wow, this is amazing. I'm famous on the internet. Now, you're probably saying, well, I get 10,000 views on my TikTok when I have breakfast. Yes, but we have to adjust for inflation, right? Views have been inflating for years. So this in 2016 is more like this in 2022. And if you take TikTok's data, that would be like trillions of views today, okay? Also, there was critical feedback. Brett Felt, look him up, famous investor. He said, this is outrageously brilliant. And that's how I have referred to myself ever since. My wife loves it. I generally just say, I'm outrageously brilliant, Brett Felt said it. This text, you don't have to read it, but he's basically saying I'm a genius. So this led to, people see the video, people really like it, it's really cool, and one important thing, it hit the spirit, okay? It hit the spirit not of St. Louis, but of Berlin. And that's how I became the official, semi-official, whatever, spokesperson of the Berlin startup scene. So after that, people continuously asked me, Christoph, can you do your Berlin pitch at my conference? I want to welcome a group of whatever people, innovation, tralala, to Berlin. Can you do that? And I kept doing the Berlin pitch, and that's how I became the face of the startup ecosystem. Now, I don't like doing the same presentation over and over again, so I started tinkering with it. And the first thing I wanted to do is, now this sounds harsh, okay? Poking a little bit of fun at our friends from the UK. Anybody from the UK in here? Yes, okay, so this part is for you. The first thing I did was, because this is 2016, they had the referendum, right? So I added this map, and then I said in the pitch, well, where do you want to go? You want to be in the best place in Europe, and obviously then I said, well, Europe, the EU, and then this happened. Okay? And people thought that was really funny. So now this is my map that I use in all these presentations. I also had slides like this where I just said, do you really want these people involved? And now looking at this, is this still true? I feel like it, right? Because, and I had to hand in these slides. I sent them in today in the morning, so I put this slide, and I said, what the fuck are you doing, UK? Get your act together. And what happened since then? She stepped down today. So it happened today. Basically, this was my prediction for today, and it already happened. Now let's see who they bring out next. I think Mr. Bean is available. Anyway, chapter 4 of the entire thing. Now we're talking US. And if you look back at 2016 in the US, shit went real, right? But again, Christoph Nostradamus, me, I was predicting things. So what I did was, in October 2016, I was asked to open a conference that had called Valley in Berlin, that had a lot of American speakers. And the people organizing the event asked me, Christoph, you have this pitch, it's funny, don't you want to show it to the Americans, and ha ha ha. And I said, cool, I'll make a new version. And I called it the Donald Trump edition. And if you see the update, the upload date, it's October 24th. I think the event was October 6th or whatever. So I did the presentation. My premise was that I said, hey, here's your problem. And I talked directly to the Americans in the audience. You're obviously the next not Steve Jobs, haha, the next Elon Musk. Yeah, exactly, this guy. You have amazing startup ideas like doing the Airbnb for ponies, and now your choice is, where do you do it? And obviously you would normally go Silicon Valley, San Francisco, whatever, LA, New York, because the US has the strongest startup ecosystems with all the greatest startups. And yes, Theranos was a joke even back then. They had already gone bust. And I said, and you have the best mentors, and you have the most amazing investors, and all of that. And then I made a pause, and I had a black slide, and I said, all of that sounds amazing, but what if this happens? Are you still going to do it in the US? Would you still do it? Or where else in the world would you go? So that was my question. And everybody was laughing. It was super funny. October 6th, it was super funny. Everybody's like, yeah, if Trump was president, yeah, I would move to Berlin totally. Ha ha ha. Fast forward 1 month, not as much laughing. In fact, I sent this to one of the speakers from the event on Facebook that day. So, again, my scary predictions, right? Be very aware of whatever I predict next. So that was the Donald Trump edition. Then, the next time I was asked to do the pitch, it was in Austin, in Texas, for South by Southwest. So they had another pitch competition of cities, and they said, Christoph, can you come to Berlin? Yeah, okay, cool, I'll do it. So now this time I take it seriously. I actually got a coach. I got somebody to coach me how to do funny PowerPoint presentations because I had no fucking clue. And he told me I had no fucking clue. He was like, this joke sucks, you're doing this wrong, so we had to redo everything, basically. And it worked. I did it at South by Southwest. I think it was really good. You can look this one up as well. I added a couple more things to the presentation, so now it started with a little part about the company history of my startup Berlin, because Berlin is not that young. We were actually founded in 1237. We went pretty strong for a while there, and then unfortunately we got a terrible CEO in 1933 who did things that ended up becoming a massive shitstorm. This was the Twitter hashtag of that shitstorm, and it almost made us go bankrupt in 1945. Thankfully, we got investors in that bailed us out, okay? And they gave us a new lease on life. But the problem with investors is oftentimes they don't see eye to eye, right? They start fighting. So these guys, especially Joe, like they weren't on the same page. So they actually forced us, our startup, to do 2 different products for a while. One for capitalists and one for communists. And they also forced us to do this really terrible feature that nobody wanted, but we had to do it for quite a long time. So then we were really happy when the team that was doing the product for communists came over to us in 1989 and said, let's change this, let's get back together, let's realign the company, let's build a new product. Now, what do you do when you have to realign the company and build a new product? A hackathon. Absolutely. That's what we did. We did a hackathon, and we said, okay, what can we do with this product? Let's turn it into a new product. Let's make a product for startups, okay? And that became the new thing that I traveled around the world, and everybody in Berlin, coming to Berlin, had to hear the pitch so they knew why Berlin is the great thing. And this leads us to last year, because last year, I was not here on stage because I did it in one of the pre-events online, and I changed the pitch up slightly. And now comes the scary prediction, okay? So if you're squeamish, close your eyes. Because what I said last year, and I'm saying it again today, which means it becomes an official pitch doctor prophecy, I said, hypothetically, where in the world would you go if this was to happen? So now we know it's happening, right? We know it's happening. No way it's not happening now that I said it. Okay, so where in the world would you go? And then I went into my usual, yes, okay, here you want the EU, so UK disappears. Actually, do you see the difference to the old slide? What also happens when the island disappears? I'm reuniting Ireland, right? Because why the hell not? Okay, so because that was a little thing where somebody said you have to make Northern Ireland disappear as well, and then I said, no, I don't. I'm just, reuniting, because it's a thing we do in Berlin and in Germany. And then I said, okay, because we're talking to the stage 2 crowd now, let's look specifically at some cities. Is anybody from Valencia in here? Yeah? Okay. So, what's the problem with Valencia? It's too sunny, right? You're not going to focus. You're going to enjoy the place. You're not going to work on your startup as hard as you could. Anybody from Lisbon in here? Yeah? Okay, so Lisbon, too pretty. You're going to walk around, you're like, oh, this city is so amazing, and you forget working on your startup. Anybody from Vienna in here? Yes? Unfortunately, too yummy. If I eat, yes, exactly, that's what's going on. If I eat 5 of those a day, I'm not going to do any work after. Anybody from Stockholm in here? Swedish people? You know what's wrong with you Swedish people? You're too damn attractive. That's what's really distracting. I don't get shit done when I'm in Sweden because it's hot people everywhere. And Milan, we already talked about this. Anybody from Milan? I don't want to dress up, okay? As you can fucking tell, I don't want to dress up. I don't even want to shower when I go to the co-working space in the morning. Anybody from Munich? Yes, Munich, talking about distractions. This damn football team keeps winning all these championships. You always have to go to the stadium, celebrate, drink, whatever. It's all just a distraction from your startup. Anybody from St. Gallen here? No? Switzerland in general? You're really fucking close to the Alps, so you'll be doing day trips. And again, that's going to distract you from your startup. Irish people? Dublin in the house? No? Nobody? Well, the problem with Irish people is you're really social. So again, you're going to be distracted from your startup. You're going to hang out in the pub like our old Chancellor, Gerhard Schröder here. We don't like talking about him right now because he's sort of a Russian agent. But anyway, and Amsterdam. Anybody from Amsterdam here? Yes. What's the problem with Amsterdam? It's a great city, but you smoke too much fucking weed. And that's a distraction. If I'm high all the time, I'm not going to work on my startup. Anybody from Luxembourg here? Yes. That's where the good jobs are, right? You can't hire a person that works for a bank in Luxembourg for your shitty little startup. They're not going to come work for you. So that is the problem that all of you are facing. You're from all of these amazing places, and you're not getting shit done because you're distracted constantly. But I have a solution for that, and I call it Berlin. Berlin, where too sunny is not a problem. Berlin, where too pretty is not a problem. Berlin, where too yummy is not a problem. This is an actual thing we eat in Berlin, okay? I challenge all of you to try it. It's called Kettwurst. It's actually pretty good. Distraction with too many good-looking people? Not an issue in Berlin, thankfully, okay? And you know this one. You don't have to dress up. Trust me, I know. Also, distractions from football teams. Our football team is rubbish. Actually, this is another one that I have to change a little bit, right? Because this team is still fucking rubbish. But what the fuck is Union doing? They're ruining my pitch. They're top of the table. They're going to win the championship. It's not going to work. Thankfully, one thing never changes, because we surrounded Berlin by this. We call it Brandenburg. And there is no way you're doing any day trips there because it's really, really boring. And also one thing that never changes, we're not social here, okay? We drink our beer alone. By the way, where's my fucking beer? It's part of the outfit. We forgot it. Thank you. Okay. We drink beer, but we drink it alone, and we drink Sternburg. If you have not had Sternburg yet in Berlin, you're missing out on the experience. And then when we talk about the smoking of the weed, we just don't do it in Berlin. It's not healthy. It's not good for you. It's illegal, too. So we just don't do it, okay? We don't do it. And that's why you're not distracted in Berlin. Also, you can hire all the great people of Berlin because there is no good jobs in Berlin, okay? Nobody works in a good job where they make a lot of money. They all have to work for your shitty little startup. In fact, this has been our motto forever, right? Poor but sexy. Have you heard this? There's our former mayor. And this is one thing that I'm struggling with because I don't know how to judge this. What are we now? Are we still poor but sexy? Or are we still poor but not sexy anymore? I think that's the new mayor. We have another one, but I'm always one behind. So what we give you is the killer feature, and that's focus. But now I can see you thinking, what about nightlife? Doesn't Berlin have amazing nightclubs, like Berghain, the best nightclub in the world? Isn't that going to be a distraction for my startup? And I can tell you, no, it's not. Because this is the bouncer. And for you, it's always going to be 9. You're not getting in, okay? So you don't have to worry about that being a distraction. And is this still true? I think it absolutely is true, and there is somebody who can tell you all about it, Mr. Elon Musk. Did you hear about that? He tried to get into Berghain and he couldn't get in. If you want to know the inside scoop, because I have information on what really went down that evening, come to me, talk to me later. I can't say it publicly because it's it's confidential. Anyway, we still have bugs, okay? Our product isn't perfect. For one, our front end is really messy, and I think that's never going to change, okay? We just can't get the front end to look better. And then there's also the issue of grumpiness. I prepared this little scale for you, what I call the grumpiness scale. Germans are really grumpy, okay? But Germans aren't the real problem here, because Berliners are way more grumpy than Germans. And actually, and this is scientifically proven, the grumpiest species on the planet is Berlin bus drivers, okay? So you better just stay away from them. So we do have some bugs, yes, but we have our best people working on them. This is actually the guy who just finished building the airport. He's now our CTO, and he's working on fixing those bugs. So that's basically my pitch to you. Berlin, no beaches, no good jobs, just focus. Think about it. All of your cities have disadvantages that Berlin doesn't have. And with that, chapter 7, did it work? Did the Berlin pitch do what it set out to do? Bring all the great entrepreneurs to Berlin. Unfortunately, didn't work. This guy, amazing new startup, not doing it in Berlin, okay? This amazing founder, I don't know what her next business is going to be. She's not doing it in Berlin, okay? This might have something to do with it, but you never know. And then, and this is really bugging me, the most amazing entrepreneur of all of them, this guy, we couldn't get him to Berlin. He's not coming. Apparently he's in some other amazing startup city now. What the fuck, really? But it did work a little bit, because I had this slide in my original presentation, and I was making fun of the people in Barcelona, obviously, in Southern Europe, and they've caught up. They have unicorns. This is every dot is a unicorn. So back then, Berlin had 8 unicorns. Now we have 17. This is 18 logos. I put one in there that's not real. One of them is a parody startup of mine, but the other 17 are real. And unfortunately, I have to tell you, one of the 17, at some point in the past, long ago, asked me to be a co-founder. I'm not joking. And every time I read that they raised money at a $3 billion valuation, I'm like, holy shit. So this proves I'm an idiot. But anyway, I might have ruined the startup. They might be worth nothing if I had become a co-founder, so it's fine. What I really believe in is that there's a lot of up-and-coming amazing startups in Berlin. And I talk to all of them because I pitch coach them, okay? So recently I talked to these guys. They're building an amazing app out of Berlin. I think that's going to be a big success. Also, I'm a strong believer in this. This is also an amazing startup out of Berlin. I think they're gonna make waves. And there's one startup in Berlin that all the investors are really excited about, and I'm too, to be honest. I think the product is quite genius, and this is fleece sleeves, okay? I think that's going to work because it fills a hole in the market. So I think there's a ton of IPO potential in Berlin with these new startups. And now for the final chapter, and that's your story. So your question is, do I have to go to Berlin? Is that really what I have to do, or can I stay where I want to stay, or where I'm already at? I'm fine if you stay. We have enough startup founders in Berlin, really, okay? If you know somebody in Berlin who doesn't have a startup yet, it's probably your grandmother, because everybody else does have one. But if you are looking for a place to do your startup in, Berlin is a good choice, because we have the best investors, at least in Germany. And we have amazing mentors, people that really know the business inside out, that are smart, supportive, founder-friendly, that know business, make a lot of money, don't waste it, and are just really kind people all in all. And then there's also one other thing, because miracles do happen. The airport is finished. It's finished, it's open. Rave reviews are coming in. It's an amazing place. I actually did a little statistical analysis. It's terrible. Have you flown from that airport? It's a disaster. It's the worst airport ever, which proves that Berlin will always be Berlin, okay? We have some potential. We tend to fuck it up, but it's a nice place where you can walk around in a bathrobe, on stage in your underpants. Nobody's betting an eye. If you like that, then come to Berlin with your startup, and else stay in your sunny places and your places with great food and with beautiful people and all of that stuff that we don't want and we don't need in Berlin. And with that, thank you very much and have a nice evening. I'll leave that on for you, okay? I have to take my pants. These are mine.
Wow. Yes, take all your clothes with you. I don't know if he's brilliant or an idiot or brilliantly idiotic, but one of my fondest people here in Berlin, amazing guy. He's going to stick around. Man loves to party, even though he's got 2 kids and a wife. So come hang out with him. Find out what happened with Elon Musk at the club. Did you guys enjoy day 1? Yeah. So here's what's going to happen. First of all, we got to announce who won the wild cards. That would be Christoph taking his mic off. Nice. And his clothes off. Everything's coming off. Excellent. All right. So we have Siemens, Better Ventures, Superangel. They had 3 categories. You heard 10 pitches. So if all of you can just do this, tap your knees, your feet. The 3 wild cards making it to the next level are... Yeah, let's give them a hand. Anticipate, BioVox, and Cora. Beautiful. Well done, y'all. Well done. So you guys will be taking part in the semifinals tomorrow, and then of course we got the big finals here on the stage, which leaves me with 2 more things to say. First of all, tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. That is when you get in here if you want coffee and good networking. If you come at 9 o'clock, you're just here for the content. But the joy, the glory of this is each other, right? We've assembled amazing entrepreneurs and founders from across Europe. So please come at 8 o'clock and make this your home. Second, you have an option of actually just not going back to the hotel. So you could start partying now, outside with the booze and the drinks, and then just stick around, go to the hotel, go to the other hotel, and just slowly roll in at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. But we want you to stay as long as you want. We want you to stay and make as many friends as you want, but please don't go home. Whatever you do, now is not the time to go back to the hotel and change. Stick around. We got drinks outside. We got great people outside, and we want you to really, really connect with each other. Do any of you have any questions or anything? If not, thank you very much for today. Let's have a great day tomorrow. See you at 8 o'clock. Bye-bye.
I want you to get together. Put your hands together one time. Remember